What's up, motherfuckers? Let's go. Let's go. It's
We're
time.
dropping.
Hey guys, you know, I'm going to start
What's
with
up,
dog cam.
squishies?
We're going right to dog cam so that you can see my disappointment that the dog bed is right there and the dog you can see right beside the bed. Dog bed with his capybara in it.
Aww.
Dog on not the bed.
Bellamy. What's up, squishies? How's it
Hello,
going?
everybody.
Oh.
It feels crazy we're reading Dressrosa. Like, you get used to a read-through being like, oh, this is an early One Piece read-through, and when you start reading, reaching modern material, by modern, I mean 10 years ago, but...
Hey, now. I'm an all-star. Get your game on. Let's play.
What the fuck? I do push-ups right away? Okay. I'll be back. I have to go join dog on the floor. I have to go be a floor person like a dog.
Rocking it out,
you're very loud. You're very loud today. I'm lowering you. Try talking. I'm going to keep your volume level.
Listen to me. Don't lower me.
You're good. I lowered you. You're good. I'll be right back.
Oh my god.
My goal today is best form. I'm doing straight back push-ups. We're going right to the ground.
Train. Yeah. I'm 2/3 of the way through. Hello. How's it going, Kaza? Yes. Look at you all using my den. He's so cute. I'm gonna squish his little face. I'm gonna bigify this just so I can see his little face. Oh my god, he's great. Look at this. You see my
legs are always together. The legs are never not together. That's never been an issue.
You see my little thing? Dressrosa.
What little thing?
Everyone is using my den.
I actually bumped it. I made it a free emote. I figured we deserved one free emote. And because that's our emote for hitting 300 subs last time, that was our reward.
Yeah.
Train. I thought it would... Oh, we have an ad break coming soon. I thought it'd be fun to give all of our non-subs an emote that was gifted. Yeah, he's so close. So that's why I haven't changed it. It's very cute. I thought it'd be fun to give our non-subs an emote gifted to them by the subs by hitting our sub goal of 300.
I love it.
And whenever we dip below 300, I get rid of it.
Apparently, he gets to have a treat.
He gets a treat? Oh, I didn't even notice. I guess I wasn't at my desk to make sense. I'm not getting rid of it if we go below 300. That'd be rude.
He's just being funny. Come on.
That was a joke.
You learned about Drock yet? Drock is a funny boy.
The boy.
Better boy.
Yeah. I'm not taking away your emote. The subs gave you the emote, and you guys own it. Your boyfriend and you have been watching these videos on YouTube every car ride for months now. We're catching up. Thank you for watching. Can I start this off by doing the apology I was gonna do?
Apologize.
Yeah. So last time a video just went up where I said the One Piece community is bad and rude and full of toxic power scalers, and I think there are segments, especially on Twitter, where that's true, especially on Twitter and One Piece power scaling Reddit. There are segments where that's true, but I've actually really enjoyed the One Piece community myself. My experience has been largely positive, and I've kind of just internalized the idea that the One Piece community is bad because I've actually, when I've talked to people who aren't Drock Show fans about what I'm doing, they've talked about how toxic the One Piece community is and how they wouldn't really want to be part of this Discord because the One Piece community is so toxic. So I've kind of internalized the idea that the community is bad, even though my experience has been largely very positive. I think most of the YouTube channels are very positive. I think the One Piece subreddit, I don't know any subreddit that large that actually feels that good. So I think the One Piece community overall is pretty good, and I shouldn't take full credit for how good our community is. Like, obviously, you attract a certain vibe of people, but there are a lot of people out there who are really great, and I don't know. I internalized a lot of the toxicity that I have to defend our community against and kind of assumed it to be true in a way that goes against my own experiences. So I just wanted to apologize for that because I genuinely think the parts of the community that I've been involved in have always been pretty good. And yeah, there's a huge age range, there's a huge range. There are parts of the community that are toxic, and that's why there's the stereotype.
That was so lovely. When the Canadian, this moment was brought to you by Canada. Not just residential schools.
Okay, can I just say that I find it funny, of that crew with like JD Legend and all them, The only person I watch is BDA Law, and I find it crazy how that guy is so analysis driven and like good at getting at nuance and subtext. His vibe is the exact same as his friends who do a lot of power scaling, but his content I actually think is way better and less power scaly and boring. Like I actually really love Law's content way more than the rest of the dudes in that like group who do calls together. I'm a big fan of BDA Law. Oh, we're in ad breaks. Okay, we're not going to start the picture yet until we're back from ad breaks. Is there anything going to sell subs? Should we play Two Truths and a Lie again?
Listen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna tell Two Truths and a Lie. One of these is a lie.
I'm gonna tell 3 lies.
I'm gonna tell one lie. I am terrible at volleyball. I am terrible at climbing, and I am terrible at basketball. I have to do more push-ups. One of those is true. One of those is not true. I'm gonna go do push-ups. You do your 2 truths and a lie while I'm absent. I guess.
Did you do 2 lies and a truth?
I did 2 truths and a lie.
Okay.
One of those is a lie.
All right.
It's not 3 lies. It's 2 truths and a lie. I'll be right back. More push-ups again? Damn, we're not gonna have any push-ups for later. We're gonna expend them all.
Do we run out of push-ups? People.
My boy. My boy.
Every time I go into this thing, it doesn't let me. I don't. You didn't miss anything. Nothing happened. Nothing. Is he kissing him every time he goes down? Yes. This is amazing. That makes me so happy. I love that kid. That kid, they're both good kids. I can't comment inside of the writing area. I don't have a writing area today, is what I'm saying.
Hey, we got a little hype train. Thank you, guys. The lie is I'm terrible at climbing. I'm pretty good at climbing. Yes, I'm tall. I should be good at basketball. I'm awful at it. Can't dribble worth shit.
Are you good at volleyball?
No, I'm terrible at volleyball. I'm good at climbing. I can't do volleyball at all because I'm really bad at controlling power. So I either don't hit it hard enough and it goes into the net, or I hit it way too fucking hard and it like flies into the ceiling. I have no ability to control power with hitting things, apparently.
But that's what I was trying to tell you, is I think you told 2 lies and a truth.
No, 2 truths and a lie. I said I'm terrible at them. I'm terrible at basketball. I'm terrible at volleyball. Those are truths.
I thought you said you were good. I have no area to write in, and I don't know why. And Red Potato isn't here, so I can't ask Red Potato. So I just have to sit here like a freaking elderly person who's
I should have my face.
Who's afraid of robots.
Someone's like, don't tell him. I want to look at Doggo.
I literally just feel like I'm a person afraid of robots. I can't write anything, and the robots are coming.
Mama is totally aware of how hard Berserk is going to be because y'all keep pointing it out.
I'm freaking terrified.
The only saving grace that has us still wanting... Oh, thank you for 1,000 bits! The only thing that has Mama Drock excited for... I'm not going to dye my hair blue. I've done it before. I didn't love it. I liked rose pink, like a metally pink. That was nice. The only thing that's making Mama Drock want to stick with reading Berserk is how pretty the books are.
They're so pretty.
That's it. That's what's got her.
I'll be honest here. I love them. I really do love them.
Berserk is being finished by his apprentice, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god, I just found the thing. Red Potato isn't even here to teach me how to do it. I just did it on my own. Like,
what'd you did?
Freaking Gen Z. Okay, I didn't tell 2 truths and a lie, and I won't. I'm gonna do it the next time that we go into a commercial break.
Next time we do an ad break. For now, can I just say that I'm so thrilled about this episode because...
Oh, I am too.
We haven't talked as much as we sometimes do, but the things we have talked about, we have found thematic depth in this that I am ecstatic about.
Yeah, we're going to talk about some of it.
This feels sorry, I just want to preface it before I'm going to let you just roll after, but like this feels like classic One Piece to me, where you came with really unique observations that made me feel like I'd get to re-examine the series with fresh eyes, and then I bounced back to you like an exploration of the ideas you presented, and it felt like we crystallized on something really cool.
Yeah, I love it when we have those talks. That's why I'm excited to be caught up. Hey, no, I'm happy. I'm happy where I'm at. I love being in my little world. But I'm excited to be caught up because our conversations are going to get to have so much depth where you're not worried about ruining shit for me. I think that would be fun.
Because right now I need to hold back some information, but like in the
And you're
future we
like,
can't.
oh, that reminds me of something in your head, but I can't say that. And I can always tell when you're holding back. And then I'm like, oh, I wonder what's in there. And then I'm reading into all the shit you said.
It's something that's been blowing my mind lately, though, is totally not Mark. I would say a good analyst a great analyst who I sometimes disagree with the takes on when it comes to quality of things. He's very good at finding the thematic depth in things, but I think he's very forgiving with clumsy writing sometimes. But great analysis when it comes to finding themes. He's been doing a series about One Piece's character arcs and character writing, while we've been going through this part of the series talking about themes. And having a thematic analyst and a character analyst both go through the series at the same time has been blowing my mind, because I'm having to face the fact that Oda's writing weekly and keeping both of those things juggled, and that's insane.
Oh, it's wild. When I think about the different things that Oda has put in
I
here,
can do more
hidden,
push-ups.
when I think about all the stuff that he's hidden inside of here, and then think about the
Right.
fact that he's doing this as a week to week and that he has to keep track of all this shit, my mind is blown. Absolutely blown. Oh, push-ups, push-ups, whenever he does push-ups, we have to pause everything and wait for him to be done pushing up. Mm.
I did 6 by
Yeah.
accident.
Bellamy is so happy. I love you.
He's so
baby
happy.
girl.
He's such a good little guy.
You are Mim's good baby, and I love you in the
Oh,
face. Yes, you do get to see the dog, but on the other hand, I have to sit here and stare at the dog. Give Bellamy a treat.
he got another treat? Okay. He heard the word. Heard the word, guys. Look, the thing is, there is a limit on how many treats we get. Oh, Bellamy's back in the series too. So,
Yes,
so
he
do you
is.
want to get into it now that I've given a long preface?
No, I have to do my thing, which is the opposite of an apology.
Okay. Is that a call out or what?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
A little bit of a call out. Yeah, what do you got? I love that we're at 308 of 300. Are we going to up our new goal to 400?
400 is a big jump in subs, because remember, subs are paid. Those aren't just followers.
Okay, I understand, but
You're gonna match my sit-ups with squats? That's crazy. Squats are so, I don't know. I hate squats. If I didn't jog, my legs would be so thin. Like, the elliptical is the only reason I have leg muscle.
all right. Now remember, today we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to not talk over each other, guys. We're going to talk not over each other.
We don't have Law's backstory. That's next episode.
Yeah, that's not now.
Next one's ending on 737 or 767, I think. Yeah,
you just
767.
failed. We're trying not to talk over each other.
Oh my god, you're right. Okay, I'm quiet now.
We're gonna seriously try not to talk over each other.
The dog left. We're still on dog cam. Whoops. Okay.
That's the first one. And then the next one is the Drock was going to start off with his apology. It was a beautiful apology, Drock. High five to you.
All right. Thank you.
And I'm going to start with my call out.
Okay.
Here we go. Okay. Once upon a time, there were people, and people are all different sizes and shapes, and they can be anything they want. And I think that all women can be anything. Love a tall queen with big boobs, no hips, big thighs. Don't give a crap. Don't give a crap what women looks like. Stop coming into the comments and telling me about how wrong I am about Oda giving big boobs to Nami and Robin,
right?
because he keeps talking about the fact that he is a pervert. He does in the SBSs, and so do all the people. And stop coming at me and telling me that I don't like women and think that they should all be 5 feet tall and 300 pounds without any boobs. That's absolutely ridiculous. I think women can be anything at all. Trying to make excuses for Oda drawing everyone's tits bigger after the time change is just insane. Nami was done growing, y'all. and she worked for Arlon. She traveled all over the world. She had good food. She ate well. Her tits were the size they were going to be. Also, his wife, saying that he designed it after his wife, he designed Nami before he even met his wife. So bite me on that one. He intended to make their boobs better because he likes drawing big tits. The end. Don't make any more excuses. Just own your shit.
Like the SBSs are so full of excuses for dumb shit and mistakes, and Oda himself doesn't say, well, her nutrition got better. No, he's just like, oh, did they get bigger? Ha 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 ha. Like my man's Oda would make up an excuse if he wanted to. He's just drawn bigger tits. Like,
exactly.
It's fine.
Who cares, man?
And you like it, so does he.
Robin
it's okay.
Robin was older, and you ask any woman, do your boobs grow without gaining weight? No, they don't. The only way they grow is if you shove them full of silicone. So the reason that their tits are bigger is because Oda likes big tits, period. Quit making excuses and quit coming at me and saying I'm not a feminist, because I think every woman has to look the same. Bite me again, back up and bite me.
Look, nearly every Tuesday on this channel, I raid Oak Tea Party, incredible art streamer, draws some very, very hot ladies. She's great. I am not judging anyone for drawing sexy ladies, but like, to say that Oda's proportions aren't insane and overly consistent is kind of ridiculous. I don't like it. I love One Piece. It's a complaint I have. It's a complaint Mama Drock has. It's a complaint a lot of people have. Just accept, that One Piece is what it is. Don't try to like invent something.
It's push-ups for you, by the way.
More?
Yeah.
Jesus
I don't know what to tell you. People love to give you push-ups.
No way. There's no way it happened again. It happened again.
It did. I watched it. It
We're
really
gonna
did.
hit the limit. I think this can only happen, if I'm not misremembering, 10 times per episode. We're gonna hit the limit before we get started. There is a cooldown. The cooldown's like 10 minutes and they keep hitting it exactly. Oh no, it's 5 minutes. I should make it 10 minutes.
You really should.
So anyways, I'm not
ragey about it, but I just felt like when people are making excuses for things, like, dude, Oda made a choice. Just let him make a choice and let him own his crap. You don't have to treat him like he's a flawless godlike being. Just allow him to be a person who wanted to draw bigger boobs on people. It is what it is. And then, he really could do with more variety, honestly. Okay. Now,
I'm getting up and down a lot more than normal.
Now let's talk about this drawing. So here's the thing.
What's the thing?
People are always like, because I have to choose the drawing, and then Drock and I talk, and Drock is always like, okay, that sounds good. What do you think you'd like to see? And da da da. And this time I was like, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I think the best image for me might have been when Bardo was pissing off the side of the stadium's platform. And then oftentimes what happens is Drock and I then have a little conversation, and I give him like my top 3 things. Sometimes, like with the Sabayoti one, I'll be like, I have an idea in my head. I don't know what this looks like in execution, but I want to see multiple hands and each one of the people going away. And then Drock will be like, say less, I've got it. But in this Drock, as soon as I said that, was like, yes, done.
Yeah, we got that.
Go back and forth.
I don't need any elaboration. I was originally going to draw it as like a Calvin and Hobbes style cartoon, but this seemed, I just feel like I should do the construction paper look I've done for a few of them now.
No, there's something about this one that I like just being cold and raw too. Like, I might delete your art.
Hey, look, if you do it, I'll figure something out.
I'm just saying it because I've got so many points, and eventually I got to delete your art. So yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah. Anyway, Drock and I have had so much fun talking about this already. I think it's
so good. I'm so hyped.
It's such a strange world to jump into because it's really coming on the back of another piece, and so when you don't read these in isolation, what the shite happened? What did I do? I did things. Don't think about it. You're all weird now.
What?
Yeah, I put it into DOS mode by accident by touching things on my keyboard.
The other day I was listening to an edit Lav did, and Lav does a thing where they take me saying, what? And we'll just cut it every time one of us says something, like add that in every time I say something confusing, or you say something confusing. And I was like, hey, did you pitch it up? It sounds different this episode. And they were like, you realize I'm using a different what every single episode. Like, and I was like, I say what in a high pitched voice every episode. And they're like, you think you only do it once?
I love that for you.
Turns out I go, what? A lot. I did not realize this about myself until it was
If
pointed
it
out
makes
by
you
my
better,
editor.
I say things a lot too. There's one. I can't remember what it is. Mm, wait. Moment?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
Do
Yeah.
we need a what emote?
What?
We need a what
Oh,
emote at
there
the
you
end
are, Red Potato. Oh, shout out to my man Biggie
Don't
Smalls.
argue anyone about anything.
I
Shout
gotta
out to Biggie.
remember. Hey, let me get my shout out,
Bellamy, come
man.
here. You get pets? Yeah, you get pets. It's a good boy. It's a good boy.
Is Biggie here?
I don't see him, but maybe. What are we doing? Are we getting into it?
No, I told you I want to do a shout out to Biggie Smalls and you ignored me.
Well, I don't know if
Now
he's
I'm
here. I don't
crying.
see him.
Doesn't matter. I'm gonna give it to him anyways. You're apparently dropping and giving them 5.
Y'all just camping that cooldown. I think like we are almost out of that one. All right,
Y'all
you
gonna
keep going.
make me
We're gonna
lose
run out
my
so
mind.
fast.
Up in here, up in here.
Getting my workout in.
Look at you, baby puppy. I really want to get into it, but I don't know if we can. We're gonna be here forever now. Boom. I don't know where this went. I wish Biggie was here so I could give
I
him
didn't
the
keep my back
proper
straight on the first
shout
one.
out.
So I got fixed.
What happened? Did your whole desk fall? Gonna be so strong. Yeah. Hell is happening? Guys, what did you do?
It's good. It's all good. Yep, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. Hey, you know
What did you
that big
do,
plant
man?
behind me in the set? You know that big plant that I have
Yeah.
right over there? It just
Yeah.
went for a tumble. We're good.
Is the plant okay?
I think so.
Okay,
I didn't
pet the
bump it, so I
boy.
don't know what happened.
Pet the boy. People have
Boy,
decided
come
that you
here.
have to pet the boy and give him a treat
They
all at
are
once.
spamming prompts today. I need to increase the costs or something.
Yeah.
We are at it
And get
today.
new things
I
like
do need new things. I've been thinking of them, but I want stuff that
Oh,
doesn't.
you want to
Like,
know what's one thing I was thinking of?
what's that?
You're gonna love it because people love it when I say this name. Famously, they love it.
Uh huh.
Thank you for the subscriptions, McGuffin. You're a massive supporter, and we appreciate you. Um, you should have to put like a Pondamon in it, but instead of Pondamon,
Oh, people
it
love
should
when you say the name Panda Man in the way you do. Yeah.
it's Pondamon.
There's
And
frequently comments about how much people love the way you say Panda Man.
they're always like, "What the shit is with her?" And I'm like, "You being upset about that is not making me say it less." Pondamon. And the way I say it is way cooler, anyways. And either a Pondamon, but your Pondamon can be Bellamy, little Bell, baby Bell,
Okay,
fuzzy
okay,
Bell.
wait. Sneaking a Bellamy or a Panda Man into the drawing actually sounds very cute.
Yeah, and you can make it worth a little more, so it's not something you can do all the time, and it has just one and
What
one
if I
only.
make it cost more than delete your art, but there's no limit number of times per episode, and you can just force more and more Panda
Are
Mans
you
into a piece?
shitting me? But what if
Like
it
I
goes
make
back
it
and forth? What
like
if
what
we
if I
have
make it
3
cost like 20,000, but there's no limit on the number of times?
And hear me out. What if there were 3 things? What if there was a Pondamon, a Bellamy, and then either a Den Mushy or something like that? And
This
they
is
could
kind of
choose
good.
what they wanted in.
This is kind of good. 25,000 maybe. I think this is good. I think this
Are
is gonna.
you
The thing
asking
is,
for
I don't need to raise the point. I don't need to raise how much other stuff costs if we add this, because then people want to save up.
I want to save up. Now I'm like, are you going to do it?
You know what? Fuck it. Let's go into we're going into our viewer rewards right now and we're adding it in. We're adding this in live, everybody.
Yes. I'm so here for this. Yeah. My name is Luca. Oh, I'm gonna save these points. Oh,
Okay,
made it to
guys,
50K.
I have a question.
Andamon!
Should okay, Panda Man's gonna cost 25,000. Okay.
Yeah. Put Bellamy in for 20 as well.
Bellamy's gonna cost 20, you think?
Yeah. Baby bell doo 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 doo. You are not late, Timo. Nothing happened.
Nothing
You
happened.
did meet you missed Drock doing about 19 sets of push-ups. And we're adding new things that you can save your points for now. And one of them is Pondemon. People famously love the way I say that. And one
People
of them is
love the way you say
Bellamy.
that. This is what we
And
needed was bigger rewards. These are gonna be like hidden Mickeys, by the way. I'm gonna try to make them not that noticeable. But the last one I'm doing is add a straw hat, where I will add a straw hat, either the hat or one of the crew, to the drawing.
I love
That's
this.
the most
I
expensive
love
one.
this.
I get to pick which
I love
one I'm
this.
doing. This is a workout stream now.
So good, Moon. So good. I love that. Oh,
Oh my
drop and
god,
give me
yeah, we're just
5.
camping it. We are running out of those in so little time. Just so you know, we're almost done with the push-ups. Y'all are almost done with this.
Y'all gonna
Waiting
make
for the
him
fucking
lose his
countdown.
mind.
Christ, I'll be back. Oh, did I do 200
many-
instead of 20? I'll fix that.
200. That's a lot. Aw, nice, Nightbot. Nightbot. Is that a bot or a person? Is it a night? Is it a nighttime bot?
Okay. We're adding a Bellamy. Oh wait, I forgot to spell it correctly. I need to go fix it because that looks like we're adding the character Bellamy.
A Bellamy pup, it should say.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Oh my god, I can't believe Camera Tages added a Bellamy already.
Yep, someone added a Bellamy. Someone had 20,000.
Oh my god.
All right, we got
I
this.
hope
We got
Bellamy
this.
has eaten a devil fruit and is fighting in the fight.
No. This is so easy to add. Don't you worry.
Is he going to be a good boy who sits with our other kid?
No.
Oh, I was so excited. Wait a minute, did somebody else do it? Yeah, you've been saving some Skypea callbacks in this. Yes. You should stockpile all of your points and do it at the end. Okay, I'm glad that we had that little talk about boobs. That was great. We had a lovely apology. Yeah, and then we found out that maybe I might have got Drock to do a picture of a person pissing off of the edge.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm keeping track. I'm keeping a tally. It's Bellamy the dog. We're adding the good boy. That's why I've changed the spelling. Hello, I've been watching the videos since One Piece episode 2, watching the stream since Thriller Bark. Watch that one as a VOD, but still anyways, super excited to talk about Dressrosa. This is your first time chatting and you've been here the whole time? Thank you for saying hi. That's amazing for being so
Zeal?
frequently
We haven't talked
present.
about shit, Zeal. The only thing we talked about, did we talk about how much Rebecca's nipples must be ripping off in her outfit?
You see what I mean when I say there's a character whose design makes your nipples hurt?
Oh my god, I'm so uncomfortable with it. I just want to give her like a silk under thing, you know, because I'm like, holy shit, that woman is running around. You want to know why she's tough? Her nipples are being ripped off of her body all day, every day.
Yeah,
and
this is a woman who can handle infinite pain.
This woman is just nothing but a calloused hit. That's what's going on for me.
That's a horrible sentence you just said. Yeah, and also she's 16, which sucks.
Look, I play guitar. I have calluses on my left hand. It just is what it is because I play guitar and the strings make you have calluses and they damage you and they break you open and then they heal and they callus. So there is no way in shit if she is just wearing a metal plate bra.
It's not a metal plate.
That is
a metal plate would be the Slave Leia, which someone said she's doing, which would be so much better. It's chainmail.
Chainmail.
That's horrific.
That's Thank you, Regis. Regis, you've been here since the beginning too, and you're just rocking it out in subland.
So much. Okay, yeah, no,
Okay.
Rebecca, I love Rebecca's character. Her design is awful.
Yeah, and then somebody in the SBS is like, "Is she wearing underwear? Because blah blah blah." And I was like, "Ooh, of course she has some kind of underwear
She
on."
has to
Because
be.
I'm just gonna say, chainmail in the private regions when you're an adult, every time she moved, it would be a partial waxing. Oh,
I almost gagged. Oh.
that would be so much pain. So much pain. Also, just not intelligent. Like you wouldn't feel comfortable doing the things you needed to do. She's only
Oh.
16.
Thank
Thank you
us
for
a sub.
thank you.
Ease May May.
Ease May. The
You can
scale
say
mail.
you interpreted her Coliseum outfit as what she's forced to wear, but Luffy got to pick his armor as long as it was in the weight category. She could have just put on like a shirt first.
Yeah,
Like
I
maybe
like
they
to think
don't.
of it as
Maybe they don't give her that privilege on account of
I like
they
to
don't
think
like
of it
her.
as a fleece back. Ooh, nice and
Ooh.
soft.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've
She is a
decided it's
prisoner.
a
Maybe they
fleece.
don't let her. But also, Jesus Christ, she is a slave gladiator. That's true, but it's awful. It's bad.
And she's a
It's bad. It's bad.
baby.
And she's a baby.
She's a baby. She's just a baby.
All right.
Okay,
Should we jump in?
I'm here. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm ready.
Are we doing this shit?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Thank you for subscribing.
Thank you, Dr. John. Once upon a time, there were some pirates.
Yeah, you sold off. We're about to go into ads
kidding me?
anyways. No,
Ah,
it's got to be
sweet
done
baby
soon.
pickle, boys and girls. I was just about to get into this story that you guys might have heard of called One Piece. Okay, guys, where do I find the delete your art shit? I've never even looked at it. I just collect points. Do moment. Do. Thank you, What Up Francis, for subscribing for 2 months.
Y'all.
Hey, Druck.
Today is chess day for sure.
Druck, where do I find the delete your art?
You know, places.
People, where do I find the delete your art?
Have you've never used a channel reward?
I've never used
Someone
channel
use their
rewards.
first time chat to tell you where it is.
I don't know where that is. Delete your art.
Jeez. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, we got to redo this one. We got to think this through.
I haven't even deleted it yet.
What are we going to do?
Click the number on the points. Hit the, oh, they're all here.
Yeah, they're over there.
I did it.
I did already make Bellamy's face the skull in Bardo's Jolly Roger. That is where Bellamy was, but we're gonna have to redo where Bellamy is. Okay.
I love you.
Okay. We're gonna do something funny with this then. Gone is cardboard. We're now making this a dramatic, intense angle anime shot.
Are we gonna see from the side so we get to see the PP stream?
Well, the PP stream is going to be involved no matter what. That was already going to happen, but I'm going to get reference for what Bartolomeo's stupid fucking face looks like.
Are we doing the PP scene from the front?
We're not doing the front, but we are doing a dramatic angle because I like torturing myself with difficulty at the last minute.
I know you do. I'm very proud of you for this. Ads are running right now.
Okay.
As soon as the ads aren't running, I swear to God, everyone, if you're done making him do push-ups and I'm done making him delete his art.
Yeah. We're only like 38 minutes in. It's fine.
This is normal. We have a soft start.
Yeah. I am really excited about today's conversations.
What did Red Potato say?
You're not allowed to do more than one delete your art. It's not.
It's one delete your art per stream.
That one has a once per stream limit. Push-ups, I think, have a limit of 10. I don't want to do more than 50 per stream.
There is a Pet the Boy.
Pet the Boy has a limit. Oh yeah, we do have to do a Pet the Boy. Dog cam.
Oh, I love him so much.
He's a very good boy.
Your arms are huge. Those
What?
arms of yours, big.
Look, we've been doing some bulking. Honestly, the push-ups today, pretty good because I've been overeating a little lately and my body's felt bad, and getting some movement is actually getting my energy level better for the stream for sure.
Oh my god, is that a piss stream?
No.
Because I was gonna say that dude needs to go to the doctor.
Don't you worry about nothing.
Zeal, yay! Your wife is going to thank us. Okay, Drock, let's Drock it out. Let's get to the part of the let's get to the part of the show where we talk about the thing that we're here to talk about. What do you think?
Oh yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. How do we start? How do we begin? Dressrosa.
What's up with Mama and piss today? I don't know. I'm
Sometimes
a
we're gonna piss.
kind of person who's not afraid to piss. I'm not afraid to piss people off. I don't want to be pissed on. I might take the piss. I might take the piss out of you. You never know.
Doflamingo
There's
something just very funny about Bartolomeo pissing in a Coliseum fight, though.
Shit, I'm late. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry, we've done nothing. We have done literally nothing. As far as things that are going to make it into the stream, 0 minutes of what we've done so far will make it into the edited video.
Oh no, I want my little thing to get into the edited video.
What do you want to make it in? What little
Lav?
I don't know if Lav's editing this one.
Okay, drop and give them 5.
This has to be the last one. This has to be the last one.
Did you check to see how many there are?
I didn't go. You're editing this one? Okay, never mind. It is Cricket. I'll be back.
Okay, again? Cricket, can you make sure my little thing gets in where I talk to people directly about breasts? I'd really like that to make it. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Cricket.
Still keeping decent form. This far in.
All right.
This has been a workout stream so far.
I love this new channel all about working out and getting fit.
It's about working out, getting fit, and a dog.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I get to go now?
Do we get to go now? We're not keeping you talking about the boobs.
I'm not talking about boobs anymore. I just wanted to make sure that
I don't think it should be kept.
I want it in because I want to talk directly to that person.
Oh my god! Don't talk directly to the. Here's the thing. The only time I've let an editor leave in me talking directly about a comment was when I prefaced it with, "Don't track this person down and attack them. I don't want that kind of toxicity."
I don't want any toxicity.
Well, if you don't say it beforehand, it does that. No, but that's what it does if you don't tell people that first.
Okay. People, don't attack the person. I don't want any toxicity.
The segment where you did it, so we can't leave it in.
I'm not done. And now we'll take that and we'll move it in front of it. Oh, I know. Cricket's brilliant. He can make a little drawing that says, "Don't attack this person." Put it up. Cut me saying, "Hey, don't attack this person."
All right, Cricket, you have 2 choices. Either you can custom make an image saying "Don't attack this person" and leave it in, a thing that you will have to edit, or you can cut it out and do none of the extra work. Cricket, it's your choice which of those you want to do. No, it is funnier, Cricket. No.
Cricket, it is funnier. They're not wrong. Way to play the game. We're high-fiving. High five, Cricket, in 3, 2, 1, high five.
No, I gotta just do this compositionally. We can't be thinking about perspective this early. It's just gotta be about composition.
How does the room go into emote only? Nobody here is saying anything inappropriate. It's all me. I'm the only one inappropriate. Okay, here we go. Ready? I love that we start this off with Luffy trying to make Momo go for a ride as a dragon and fly. And Momo's face being so like, "Get the hell off of me, asshole," and the two of them having fight was really kind of a really strong Luffy moment where he was like, "Yeah, don't forget I'm Luffying this up," and behaving like an absolute butthead. But what we noticed right away is when you're coming into the city, the first image in the beginning is whatever. So we're going to go to the next one when we get there. we both agreed we just love the introduction that we have to our blind judgment.
I feel like this is our first actually good admiral.
Yeah, this is an admiral that doesn't make me immediately want to punch him in the face. And even though I don't agree with the way that he is, and I don't agree with what he does, I do think that he does have a form of blind justice, and that he's actually trying to be there for the justice, you know? Whereas with a lot of them, I feel like they're not actually there for the right reasons. I feel like he actually is blind justice. Love that he can create a hole right down into hell. Stunning. I can't. I tried. It didn't work. And then as we're going in here, the reason this is important is when we get into chapter 702, right away, we see the person that I hate that apparently so does Murphy.
Yeah, Murph hates.
She also hates the wet caribou pile of shit.
The biggest difference you guys have in opinions is that Murph loves Buggy and all of his failing upward bits.
Yeah, it's fine. She's allowed to love. I thought the biggest difference is that she likes Pearl. That would be a bigger difference.
No, she doesn't like Pearl. That one artist I told you about likes Pearl.
Oh, you know what? That really changes my opinion of Murph.
Yeah, I think you've been conflating them for a long time.
Well, like I know, I'm not in the frickin' community communitying it out. So for me, I just have to go off of words, and they're not always right.
I don't like Caribou as a person, but I actually do think his bits are funny. I think him being just a little shit slime ball is funny.
Why?
I don't know. He's kind of funny.
He ruins it for me with his face and his ways and his sucking. Hate him so much. Actually, I hate him so much there's no words for the amount I hate him. Let me just get this. So then when we go in here, he immediately starts to make a comparison between different leaderships. So in 702, we're hanging out, and the front thing says, Caribou's New World, proletariats, grab your weapons. Captain Gabbero, child of the revolution, has returned. And obviously, 450,000%, this is Che Guevara.
Yeah, that's a reference for sure.
100%. So he's making this. Oh no, did somebody give you push-ups? Are you?
We have to be out.
That Can you check on it right now so I know how many more times you have push-ups?
Guys, what? Like, I'm worried that when I enter this menu, it resets the limits. I'm so worried about that. Is there not a limit anymore? Did they change this? Hey guys, I got terrible news. I set the limit to 25, apparently.
You should change that. We won't be able to go through this stream.
We're gonna change it. Look, could I survive doing that? Maybe.
Probably, but we need to do a stream here.
But we need to do a stream, and I'm changing it to 10. I will up it on days that I'm not doing One Piece. I will move it back to 25 on days I'm not doing One Piece. For now, it's going to be 10. Okay? That seems fair.
Ruining the groove.
Non-One Piece days, it will be 25.
Okay, well, you have to do that push-up.
You keep going. You just keep telling the story. This is fine.
Okay, so the fact that he is doing Che Guevara is really, really interesting because I was telling you before that I thought that he was showing different kinds of leadership, and I'm sorry, I'm so distracted by Druck's push-ups all the time because I know he's going to come back. Let's just let him come back. Ugh. I can't go on when you're not here. You know why? Then you come and you ruin everything. Is that because? Well, no, because you are like, all right, I'm back. Blah 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 blah.
Where the fuck did I put my pen?
Because Che Guevara is a Cuban revolutionary, but he was also all over the world. Like he worked with people like Fidel Castro, but he worked with other guerrilla forces, and he moved around to Cuba, and he was in a bunch of different areas, and he was kind of like a for hire, but for hire in the way that he was putting himself out in the world because he believed that places like the United States, who had all this Republican kind of feeling, um, were never going to listen to kind of a leftist perspective, which is absolutely interesting because it reminds me of what we talked about when we talked about you only don't think somebody is doing things that are illegal if they're on your side, so they don't feel like a rebel and they don't feel like a terrorist if they're on your side. But I would think that lots of people would say that Che Guevara was a terrorist, whereas lots of people would see that Che
Republican.
Guevara was a hero who was trying to help the average person and was talking about things long before other people were bringing them up. So it's really cool because Oda starts this entire thing off with a picture of the idea of Che Guevara, and then Disgusting Caribou tries to pawn himself off throughout the thing as Che. So we look at one type of leadership because Che was incredibly charismatic, pulled people towards him, though in kind of the same way that Luffy does. So the more I looked into Che, because I hadn't spent a lot of time within my history world studying Che Guevara, just a little here and there. But the more
He
I
comes
looked
up.
into it, the more it felt kind of Luffy-esque in the way that he leads people, in the way that, yeah, he was really charismatic and he draws people to him and they want to be a part of the thing, but he also finds himself attaching himself to people who have similar ideologies as him. And so if he disappears, those ideologies still belong to them. They don't need Che in order to keep them going. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
someone saying
Whereas
he killed so many, dude. Yeah, the Revolutionary Army in One Piece has killed so many as well. Like, we're talking about military forces.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
100%.
this is any historical figure who kills people is difficult. However, literally Dragon's ship is named after one of his ships.
Exactly.
And I'm pretty sure that Oda has either Fidel Castro or Che Guevara in his office. Like, yes, Che Guevara is not like a politically unanimously seen good guy, but all of these things about him being charismatic and being seen as a liberator by a lot of people is true. Like, that is real
Absolutely
stuff.
true.
It's Che, yeah. It's also worth noting that, like, One Piece examines a thing that revolutionarily violent groups around the world acknowledge, which is that the violence of the status quo is still violence. So the violence of the ruling state, they obviously, to maintain power, a ruling state will say their violence is a justified necessity. But revolutionary thinkers tend to see the violence of the state in the enforcement against the freedoms of its civilians as violence itself. And I think One Piece is a series that is very, very aware of that perspective. And it sometimes sees that perspective with figures like Doflamingo as this is a purely evil act. But I think there are places where the violence of state is seen as like a necessity, like Cobra fighting against the Civil War. So, like, things are difficult and complicated, but yeah, I don't think Mamadrock is at all wrong that this is meant to highlight Che Guevara through allegory as a charismatic revolutionary leader.
We're in chapter 702 right now because of Kaz. So the thing to remember is that Che also went all around the world. He became a symbol of anti-imperialist struggle. He traveled everywhere and courting to places like Africa and Latin America, Congo, Bolivia, and he gave advice on and guidance on how to have a revolutionary moment and movement. And so you need to remember that he's kind of pinning this right as you turn the page. You start off with Che, who is the type of leader who goes all over the world, can be anywhere, and charismatically pull people to them and helps them to amplify and organize their voice. And so when that happens, I kind of looked at this Che-like thing and thought that's very Luffy, moving all over the place, kind of helping people to find agency in the things that they believe in and help to amplify what's important to them. And if you think I'm wrong, I want you to start thinking about what occurred with Vivi. He goes there and he helps fight in a revolutionary moment and fight against somebody with Crocodile. Just because they happen to be the ones who are in power doesn't mean that he is not teaching somebody how to have a revolutionary moment against a person who has gained massive public popularity as well, who's doing things that aren't good. And every single place he goes, he helps to create revolutions, and he helps to teach people how to advocate and have agency for themselves, which is really what Che was doing. And so when I'm looking at the legacy of Che, and how people really went into him as a symbol of rebellion and revolutionary fervor all around the world, he actually started to make people think about what social justice looked like everywhere. And so, in a lot of ways, I think that Oda sees Luffy as being a Che type character. And if you think Oda hasn't been the cause of mass death, that would be ridiculous.
Or so if
Like,
you think,
or sorry,
sorry,
Luffy,
Dragon,
because
Luffy, yeah.
Oda has made Luffy be the cause of tons and tons of different rebellions and stuff that have led to a lot of death
Oh,
and a lot of destruction.
And Buggy and Blackbeard wouldn't have their crews if not for Luffy and Impel Down. Those are two major forces of piracy in the world who have their crews in place in the world because of Luffy's intercession in Enies Lobby. I also think, like, because a country pitches the violence of the norm as good, and every human is susceptible to what they're being told through propaganda. It just is how it is. We tend to all really easily slip into the idea that revolutionary violence is bad by all means, and there is bad to it no matter what. But I want people to think about this. You can disagree with revolutionary violence, but we will be being politically dishonest if we pretend One Piece is a story that sees revolutionary violence as bad. One Piece sees revolutionary violence as good, like, or at least having the potential for good. It is not a unanimously bad thing. And if we try to impose any political view on One Piece, where we say we have to look at it through a lens where there's no way it can be telling us that political violence can be good because that's a bad thing, then we're going to be reading the series very dishonestly.
Yeah, it's like I tell people who are any religion. Like, you can be your religion, but you need to read your religious text with two eyes open, not just closing your eyes over the shit you don't like and pretending it doesn't exist. Because you need to be able to change shit within inside of your religion that you don't think is right or fair. It isn't appropriate or good to pretend a religion just fits all of the things you believe in and not question it. If you can't question something, then that thing isn't worth worshiping. Nothing is worth worshiping that can't stand to questioning. Nothing. And I will stand behind that. And so I always tell people, anything you're doing, politics, science, everything is questionable. And if it isn't questionable, then it isn't worth it. And so the reason that I think it's really important to think about this is Guevara's life. He inspired all these political movements, arts, activism, but really he was talking about discussions on socialism versus capitalism and the struggle of oppression. And he was there whenever people had insurgencies or human right abuses. And when we're thinking about the story that Oda has created here, he's creating a story where we're seeing human right abuses left, right, and center, and then the fight against that and people who are attempting to rebel and fight. And what Luffy does in the most chaotic of ways, which sometimes makes me feel this way about Che, since he moved all over the world, just dropping into spots like a parachute and helping people to become something and pulling out in a very Luffy-esque way. Luffy does it, though, more in a chaos in the moment, and the people around him are the people who end up kind of creating the organization and the order of things, whereas Luffy just kind of drops into it, and Che actually helped people organize. So I thought that was a really incredible way to begin, because I think that Luffy and Che have a lot in common. But I also think that Blackbeard and Luffy have a lot in common. But as we've talked about in the past, they're two sides of the same coin. Luffy is this person who's running around and looking at helping people to reach their goals, and their goals are in line with his goals. They're not trying to take over the world. They're not power goals. He's not trying to power lift people up. He's trying to reach personal goals that have meaning. And then meanwhile, Blackbeard is about personal gain, reaching the top, and everyone wants to reach the top. So eventually they're not going to be able to. And they're going to have to fight against him because they're going to want to be at the top. And then, in my opinion, Law is like if Blackbeard and Luffy had a baby. Law is neither on the whole of Luffy's side or on the whole of Blackbeard's side. He's kind of in between, and he doesn't know exactly what his leadership style is or exactly how he feels about different things. And because of that, it feels like Law is right in the middle of those two people. And he's kind of can be he can be persuaded to be on either side depending on
Mhm.
how things feel. And so I thought it was really cool to start with Che Guevara because for me, Luffy, Law, and Blackbeard are all different types of this revolutionary person embodied in characters.
So someone
And
just
I
said something
feel
that
like he split their character up amongst them.
Someone just said something that reminded me of a conversation we were having about this that I think brings us into your observation on an inspiration for Dofi. And I think at first you thought it was a Caesar figure, and I'm realizing when Oda wanted to create his Queen of the Underworld, he named a character near them after Izanami instead of naming that character Izanami. And you point out Caesar being named Caesar. I pointed out that Fishman Island dwells on the themes of fascism. We saw someone in chat just now, or a little while ago, say that Fishman Island was the first time we saw the potential evils of revolutionary violence, whereas revolutionary violence until now had been a good thing only. And I think it makes sense that we see allegories to fascism now because we're seeing revolutionary violence as potentially good a lot of the time in One Piece. But I think revolutionary violence can also be a bad thing for certain. And that gets into what you found as Dofi's inspiration. But before you say that, I want to say that the reason I think fascist allegory is good here and Caesar's name being Caesar is good is because most modern fascist movements were a revolutionarily violent movement that usually sought to recreate the image of Caesar. In the West, at least, most fascist movements were meant to be hearkening back to the dictatorship era of Rome. So do you want to get into what you found for Dofi's inspiration?
Yeah. So the reason that we're starting here today, guys, is because I thought it would be interesting if I kind of took you on where my brain is at while I'm reading this arc so far. And so as I'm reading, I'm trying to put them into what political ideas I think they are, because it's clear right away when you open the page and you see Che Guevara that you say to yourself, like, okay, Oda is definitely again talking about leadership, but he's also talking about following, and he's done it for 2 arcs now. So I'm like, let me pay attention to what leaders I think that he is highlighting. And so at first, I thought that Dofi was just highlighting the ideas of Julius Caesar, as anyone does. I mean, number one, we have the whole Colosseum, and even though it's kind of in a Spain-like world, and in one of the SBSs, he said he took the Colosseum off of Greece, which I was like, okay, go with your
Doesn't
bad
look like
self,
the
whatever. I
Colosseum
mean, it
though, but whatever you
still
say,
looks like the
bud.
Colosseum. I've stood in 3 different occasions in Rome, but whatever. I know it is a thing. So I looked at Julius Caesar's life, and for sure, for Dofi, you have. I broke it down, asked ChatGPT because I wanted to break it down. What are the main components of Caesar's power, and where do they come from? What was his downfalls? I went back into one of my history books to look at some things, and for sure, I would say that his ambition went too far. It made other people in the area too uncomfortable, which makes absolute sense. I think that Dofi is going to overextend himself, and Law knows that because that's why Law is already doing things like pushing against Dofi's ability to meet up to his promises to people, because you know that if you push yourself too far and people are already feeling like you may be too dangerous and too powerful, and then you don't go and live up to the promises that you make, well, now there's no reason to keep your ass around, is there? Like, now you can just piss off and die. And so it was a really good idea for him to make that kind of ambition of power and having political rivals looking at him for a resulting assassination. And then you have the dictatorship, where Caesar appointed a dictator. And I was thinking about that dude that I just started to meet. Like, is it Treble?
Rebel?
Ugh. Anyway, and so that idea of a dictatorship and a whole piece that goes back to him and how they were worried about it was going to become a monarchy. And that he failed to address social issues and an overextension of power. You're pushing yourself out to the ends. Your bank account and your ability can't back up with your mouth promised. But then I remembered, for God's sakes, Mama Drog. He said right in the beginning that he thinks Don Quixote, Dofi, the Doflamingo, is after Spanish. And so I was like, okay, well, in that case, that would be Francesco Franco. And he was born in 1892, but he was a Spanish general and a dictator who ruled Spain, and from around 1939 all the way to his death, Pet the Boy, all the way to his death in 75,
Oh boy, come here.
1975. And so when you think about that, this was a dude who came in, rose to prominence, and then with the support of Nazi Germany and fascist Italy, he went against the leading nationalist faction. He went against them as the nationalist faction against the Republican government, which is so like what I've seen so far in this arc, where in comes Dofi, and he comes in with the backup of both the government and the Navy, which we talked about how the Navy is, we'll get there afterwards. Yep. And he kicks out the ruling person who's there. So we already have a civil war within this country, and then he has an authoritarian regime. He wins the civil war, then establishes an authoritarian and with censorship, repression of all public opponents, strict control over aspects of all Spanish society. And he did it so well that it became known as Francoism. And so when I started to think about how that was known as Francoism, I was like, dude had, for sure, Oda had Francesco Franco in his mind when he was thinking of Dofi, and that's one of the reasons that he made him Spanish. Because if you have him coming in and having strict repression of public opponents, strict control over all of society, you've got Dofi in a nutshell right there. Boom. And then on top of it, he had a totalitarian rule where he centralized all the power into his own hands, created a highly centralized state that was all around him as an ultimate authority, and then abolished all democratic institutions, political parties, and suppressed all the labor unions. Come the hell on. Dofi comes in, creates a factory that you can't even see above ground, keeps it underneath a stadium where he has full control over it, and the only people who are allowed in there or allowed to work with them have full allegiance to him. He is at the center of totalitarian rule, and only his family is allowed upper positions. Like, come the shit on. And then his economic policies, exact same thing, protectionism, et cetera, et cetera. So when I looked at all the rest of his life, and then what happens to him, I was like, for sure, I think Dofi is based off of both Caesar-esque, which is why he's bringing in these things like Colosseums, and then also he's based off Francesco Franco. And I hope I'm saying that right. I apologize if I'm not to all Spanish-speaking humans.
I want to add on that people are saying, oh, I thought he was based off of the Man of La Mancha. Absolutely also that. I think there is no One Piece character with a flat inspiration. I think Dofi is a blend of a lot of things, but I think we're coming at this today from a political philosophy angle. And I think when you look at it that way, there is so much in this section. We've kind of figured out that everything from Fishman Island up to here, I'm going to get into something we talked about on the phone that is so cool, okay? This whole section, we got into this last time, but this whole section is about leadership again, but no, because leadership and learning to be a leader and what it means to be a leader was the theme of Alabasta and the Baroque Works saga. And the reason that was the theme then was because Luffy needed to learn. I just need to clear my nose for a sec. I'm very stuffy today. I'm sorry. My nose is getting, my voice is getting sniffly. I don't want the nasally voice. Cut that from the middle. Okay. The reason we were getting into that then was Luffy was still learning to be a leader. However, now Luffy is a static character in this arc. He is a constant. He is a given through this whole saga because I do need tissue paper. I forgot to get them. I'm very sorry. The reason Luffy is static is because this is about what it means to choose a leader and the meaning of loyalty and trust. Every moment we see of leadership being tested isn't a leader making choices on how to be a leader. It's a leader being a constant, acting the way they are known to be, and the difficulty, the choices, and the drama is put on people choosing who they will follow. What it means to choose a leader is the theme of this entire saga, going back, well, I'd say specifically mostly Punk Hazard and Dressrosa, but also Fishman Island to an extent, and honestly, Return to Sabaody with the fake Straw Hats, choosing a leader by reputation alone. who you choose to follow is the theme of this stretch. So Luffy gets to be a constant and not be tested as a character the way he was in the past. Dofi's not being tested as a character, he's a constant. Caesar's a constant. Tomorrow Black is a constant. All of these leaders are constants, and all of the moments of stress and intrigue are from their underlings, from the concept of who you give faith to and what you get in return. We're going to get more into that because Mama Drox had amazing observations, but it makes all of this so much more interesting to realize that this is an inversion of the themes of the Baroque Work Saga. We're about to hit an ad break in a little bit, by the way, guys. Kaido, thank you so much for putting the delay on that so that Mama could finish her thoughts. But I love this. I love this idea of this being about how you choose a leader to pick.
So the other thing that I think is really interesting about Dofi before we move on, because it's something that I didn't super realize, and when I started to think about it, I was like, shut up. And I tested it. So I look at unearned loyalty in politics and why you have different types of unearned loyalty, and freaking Dofi fits them all. Identity politics is people may align themselves with the political entity based on their social identity, their race, etc. He hits that with all the people who are at the top with him. A cult to personality because he's a charismatic leader, cultivating a devoted following. Historical or cultural influence, like long-term, used to be in control but no longer is, was
Someone
the original royalty of the area.
Original royalty who's a celestial dragon.
Exactly.
Which is perfect for fascism too, because it's a call to the past of a country.
Exactly. Then misinformation or propaganda, manipulating tactics, manipulating and misinformation campaigns and propaganda in newspapers and other areas. Fear and intimidation. And lack of alternatives. People have no one else that they can believe in, and so they have to support this leader because they're worried about even a worse outcome. Boom. He literally fits all 6 areas for unearned loyalty in politics. Oda built a brilliant bad guy. Brilliant. Absolutely freaking brilliant.
If you have a saga about the theme of where you put your trust and who you pick as a leader, and yeah, you figured out something brilliant. The final boss of that saga, of this connected saga, is a guy who is the embodiment of every form of unearned loyalty. It's so perfect.
Yep. It's brilliant. How do you find that? How do you create a character who it relates to historical characters and has every single one of the identified pieces of unearned loyalty in politics? It's incredible writing. I was like, God dang, that's amazing. I hate him, but I hate him because he's so good.
Okay.
And that's very different.
We took a bit to get in the kitchen today, but you gotta admit we cooking, right?
These kids helped keep us out of the kitchen, giving you push-ups every 4.5 seconds.
Someone said that we should get rid of push-ups entirely from One Piece, and maybe, but also like, once we get started, they're gone now, so it's not that bad.
Yeah. We were preheating.
We were preheating the goddamn oven. We were getting ready.
So then the other thing about Dofi is it's true. Like people say, and he's hot. But yes, and
that
he's
helps.
hot.
The aesthetification of leadership is a part of cult of personality, a part of a lot of political systems, which include fascism, but that's because fascism calls to classicalism, which is also the aesthetification of leadership in monarchies and classic and empires.
But it is one of the reasons why people like John F. Kennedy apparently had a lot easier time in some ways because he was so good looking that people wanted to trust and believe what he said because they wanted to have somebody so hot in power. And I'm not going to lie, I think I'm not on an F. Trudeau kind of kick because I'm not a person who believes that all politicians are all good or all bad.
Oh yeah, there's a lot Trudeau does that I don't like, but I refuse to say fuck Trudeau ever because it puts you in with a group.
Not to mention that when you say fuck Trudeau, I'm like, do you know how many people would like to? Lots. Is it an ad time?
It's ad time, but I think we can talk about Trudeau being hot. By the way, Trudeau's hot as fuck. Like, there are few world leaders right now sexier than Canada's.
Yeah, no, come on. Like our leader is hotter than everyone. If we just had a beauty pageant, Canada would win hands down. Everyone would be like, we're going to back out of this.
There's probably countries I haven't seen the leaders of who might be hot.
I've seen lots of leaders. I spend a lot of time just.
I don't know what they look like.
Well, look it up. I'm telling you, he's one of the hottest people.
Look up the leader of
our person for Canada, our leader is hot. objectively.
Nope. Leader of Thailand is not hotter than this. I'm gonna look up the leader of Switzerland.
I would have said that the leader of New Zealand could give him a run, but she dropped out now. She's not in, so
Bam.
no. Yeah, she would have given him a run for his money. She's hot too.
Oh shit! This guy in charge of Iceland got a jaw on him.
And the one for France, he's pretty hot, but he's no Trudeau. So anyways, what I was going to say about
looks
Trudeau,
like the peak of just normal businessman. Like if I Google normal businessman, Macron shows up. That's what that man looks like. Okay,
normal businessman who's dating his teacher from when he was a small child.
What? Macron?
Sorry, he's married. He's married to his teacher from when he was a small child. I didn't know
that.
It's a bit uncomfortable for everybody, but yeah.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
Anyway, I think that one of the reasons that our leader got in is because he's hot. Because number one, he is the son of a past prime minister, and number two, he's hot AF. And so there's something about him that teacher just that people are like, yeah, I have a trust in him, and he seems like a person who I would want to be in a position of power. People trust people who are good looking way more than they trust people who are not what we would call easy on the eyes. If you are a person who is unfortunate enough to be born without being beautiful, then it's going to take more work for people to trust you. And that's
insane,
an unfair, unfortunate thing, but it's the truth. And so because of that, Dofi being hot helps because he inspires a different type of loyalty from people who either want to be kind of a cool kid thing where you want to be liked by him, you want him to notice you, you want him to shine some of his greatness, his hotness, his charisma on you, because then it makes you feel like your greatness goes up because he recognizes you. And so, yeah, 100%. I think that is one of the reasons that he is a dangerous politician.
Y'all, I just looked it up. I've been trying to find comparable people. Belgium's got a hot guy.
Do they?
Belgium's got a real hot guy. So did you know that like Belgium is weird because the people in rural areas are very pale, but because when a Spanish king was given rule, he was worried about the loyalty of the army. He brought in piles of Spanish soldiers. People from Belgian cities tend to be fairly dark-skinned. This dude has Spanish in him. The Prime Minister of Belgium. This guy's one of the Spanish Belgians, not the Germanic or Gaelic Belgians. But that guy is a tan. I'm done looking up hot leaders, but like, Belgium's not a country? Whatever, is it a bit?
What?
Someone said Belgium's not a country, and am I dumb or is that a joke? I don't know. Oh, joking about how oftentimes they don't have a government. Fair enough.
Rude. Somebody talked about being from Ireland here earlier, and I was trying to figure out how to pronounce their name. And given that I can't pronounce the name of the kid in my class, I gave up. Just want you to know I tried and then decided I'd get it wrong.
The one things I'll give classical Irish spellings is they're easier to pronounce than Welsh.
Wow.
That's the bar they clear. They took the Roman alphabet and said, what if we just don't use this the way it's supposed to be used at all? And we're just gonna have, we got the symbols. We can take it from here.
You know what I think is really interesting as a teacher, before I forget?
Was that?
And it's something that I said to you earlier on. I'm going to look up his name because you didn't remember his name earlier.
Who?
Should I ask the people in chat?
I might remember a name.
What do you mean?
What are we talking about?
Oh, there it is. Who created Astro?
Oh yeah, I couldn't remember the Astro Boy guy. No, I thought you meant the One Piece character.
Tenma?
Highlight messages.
Is that how you pronounce your name?
That's great.
Great. That's right. Osamu Tezuka. Okay, so Osamu Tezuka said that one of the reasons that he created his manga in the first place is that, and everybody knows this is normal lore, but I'm just putting it out there so I can talk about what I noticed inside of One Piece. he said that one of the reasons he did it is because he was so blindsided by World War II that he went from being a child in his town with a mom who was happy, who was living a good life, eating good food, and having nice times with friends, to a person who was watching bodies burnt and broken float by him in a river. And that he felt like there was such a giant juxtaposition between childhood and adulthood, where he knew nothing about politics and problems in history, and he didn't understand the world that he lived in a real way. And so World War II caught him completely off guard, and he was totally bowled over it. And it's why he ended up having such a cognitive dissonance between the world of adulthood and the world of childhood, and he felt like he'd been ripped from it. And so he said that he created his pieces because he wanted to teach children about politics and war and pain and hate and worry in a way that would make sense to them, so that when they started learning about it as adults, that it would have something to sit on, that it would sit inside of something, and it would not create cognitive dissonance within their thinking, and they could understand it in a deeper and better way. So when I started to see all the different things this arc, and started to see all the different politicians, the types of political power, all the different things that Oda is calling into this manga, I really started to see that legacy, that will, if you made, of Osamu Tezuka, of making sure that you create a platform in which children are going to have a better understanding of the world, politics, problems, and history, so that as they're learning it as adults, it fits in like a puzzle piece. Because whether they knew it or not, they already had examples of all these things and exemplars, and they're able to fit it into their life in a way that makes sense because somebody taught them about it in a soft way. And so when they find things out, it fits, and they aren't completely left out of the world. And I think even for some adults, that when they read One Piece and then they start to look at history and they start to read other things, that they might find that it fits into their mind easier, and they don't have as much cognitive dissonance, because whether they knew it or not, Oda built them a foundation, and then he got out some wood and he stuck up a basic structure, and it's your job to put up the walls and decide what color shit is and to buy your own furniture. But he built you part of a house so that you aren't sitting there completely left in the dark. And I love that.
I fully agree. I
Okay.
think One Piece does a great job at tackling themes in a way that there's so much depth to explore and sink your teeth in if you want to, but that just gives you the concepts and theories if you don't, so that you are ready to accept the world for being different than it might be pitched to you as a child.
Yeah. He gives you a nice old foundation, and he puts the frame of a house in, and he says, "You put your own walls up, bitch. You paint it
There's
any color you want."
So there is something to me so beautiful about the idea of inherited will from one mangaka to another, especially in light of Akira Toriyama's passing, who
Mm-hmm.
designed most of what the modern shonen looks like, especially in the era of One Piece. A lot's changed since One Piece, I think, because of One Piece, but One Piece carries a lot of DNA of Dragon Ball, and I think there's something very special about the idea of One Piece being about inherited will, and One Piece carrying on the will of mangaka who have come before and what they want to be able to tell as a story and what they want to be able to do for the world. And I think that
I agreed, Rock, and I think that's why it's so special. I would agree.
the mangaka of Astro Boy, whose name you just said and I've already forgotten, would be very happy to see where the medium he started has
Osamu
gotten,
Tezuka.
and what One Piece is doing.
I would agree. I've never been to the biggest Dragon Ball, but I can't deny the impact. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And so I think that part of the reason that Oda has made a manga all about inherited will is because I think that he really recognizes not only the impact that history is going to have on you, whether you like it or not, you're going to have a type of historical will that's going to lead you in different directions, but also because he realizes that for good or for bad, but for good for him in so many ways, he inherited the will of people like Osamu Tezuka and others who helped him to see himself as a teacher in a very interesting and special way. A teacher who likes to draw very large breasticles.
It's just like you're in history class, except everyone has giant tits.
Oh, it's so good.
You flip your textbook to learn about Catherine the Great, and you see her portrait, and just fucking like stacked.
She's like, "Oh my god, my back problems."
No, she's just reclining in her chair in that one famous portrait of her, and she's got fucking J cups.
Yeah, but also she's got like bra straps that are digging so soundly into her shoulders that every day she has to rub cream in them.
Especially with
And
the
she's
tech
like,
they had back then, it's not a comfortable
especially.
life for stacked
Actually, I
Catherine the
think it would
Great.
be easier to have big tits back then because you had your corsets that would just hold your boobies up without all the pain in your shoulders. Like bra
Okay,
straps really just be putting the whole weight of a tit on a
okay.
shoulder.
I learned something recently that the like really constrictive corsets were barely ever used. They're kind of overhyped about how oppressive they were, and they were so uncommon that it's very likely, and I'm not kidding, that the ones we still have were just kink play equipments for really, really kinky women.
First of all, okay. Second of all,
Yeah.
nah.
No,
Nah, bruh.
apparently
Nah.
the really constricting ones were super, super uncommon. Apparently they
No, I
don't
don't
find
mean
them that
super
often.
constricting. I think we just had normal corsets. They tied up a little bit. They
Mm-hmm.
held our boobies up in them.
There
I
was
would
something
say
of a
that you're
fashion
right, though.
trend, but not for long. It was, but they were around for longer than they were popular.
Yeah. You're really doing this angle, eh?
Look, we're having fun.
I'm, can I just say right now,
Mm-hmm.
human to human,
Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Well, thank you. If I could rotate the canvas, this would be so much easier. I keep having to tilt my head.
No, I've been watching you. You're like my dogs when I go treat.
If I could move the canvas, I would be having an easier time, but I hold myself to the Drock Show promise that unless I say it's a special exception episode, I keep the canvas steady. So we're stuck.
Okay, good.
Look, I could rotate
We
the canvas in this app. It's really easy. I do it all the time when I'm drawing on my own, but I like this to be easy to watch for people in the edited video, so I keep it static. I don't zoom in or anything.
Yeah, I'm just proud that when I deleted your art, this is where you decided to go.
Yeah, I almost did Calvin and Hobbes, but then I was like, I don't know. What if I didn't? I want the
I'm just so
perspective to
proud
be
of you.
more intense. Let's just make his head bigger. Fuck it.
Yeah, you rocked.
I'm
Okay.
making his head bigger for more perspective.
I loved seeing our straw hats and their old men beards and mustaches.
It's
That
such a
shit is
bad
awesome.
disguise.
Oh god, it's so based. It was amazing. I was like, sauce me some spy fits. That's amazing. It just looks so good. It was a very, very good choice. Yes, it was very Blues Brothers. I loved it so much. I love especially looking at Zoro with his mustache and his outfit. Yes, this person. It fits Zoro so well. Zoro could not have looked better. He
This
needs
is
to have himself.
one of my least favorite Frankie fits ever, the pigtails. I love a lot of Frankie's post-time skip hair. I do not like the pigtails, but it's some people love it. Some people find it fun.
I love it. I especially love it because in one of the SBSs, somebody talked about Oda being a pervert, which they always do. Yeah, Lucy is perfect. And then
Lucy.
Oda said, but sometimes you just get used to things, just the way suddenly Frankie's pigtails aren't looking that weird to me, which is wrong.
Mm.
And I was like, yeah, slay those pigtails, bitch. You look so good.
I love Luffy going to the Coliseum as Lucy and doing his gum gum, and then everyone's like, he's stretching, and he just pulls his hand back and he goes, just a normal punch.
I, there's so many phenomenal humor moments
Can
in
we
this
actually
one.
say not many arcs have action drama this good with comedy of this caliber? Like most of the funny arcs are the ones where we're a little bit less feeling the drama and action, but Dressrosa managed to be very, very funny while also having high stakes drama and action.
This one is already one of my very favorite arcs, and we're not even in that deep, and I'm already like high five to Dressrosa right on the top of your knuckles. This moment, for instance,
great.
when we find out about the personally, I think it's kind of heartless for him to use a Logia fruit as a mere prize for his business. Think of how my life could change if I had that power for myself. What? You'll never get to eat a fruit like that. Hey, wasn't Ace your? And then Luffy, I want it. The flame fruit. Say, do you want to eat it, Frankie? I'd rather be able to swim. I can't eat it since I already have gum powers, but I don't want anyone else having Ace's ability. So it's like a memento of him. based on how Doflamingo was teasing you, it could easily be a trap. But can I say one thing? If this is your chance, don't miss it. You don't want to regret
Frankie's the
anything.
best.
And in either
Frankie's
case,
so
we
cool.
got business at the Coliseum. Let's go. Okay. So when we're talking about leadership and everybody's leadership is being tested here, Luffy's isn't. And because of
Well,
this
that's what I'm saying.
single
I think
conversation
it's
with Frankie,
more the followers who are being tested. I think Luffy's a constant.
yes, because of this conversation here, we know that Luffy's leadership isn't being tested. He has this time with Frankie where they have this really frank conversation, and
Up.
and Frankie recognizes this deep need for Luffy to retrieve something that is so important to Luffy. And he's like, you can't miss this opportunity. So Frankie knows that Luffy's going to be taken out of the damn game. If Luffy decides to do this, then that's that. Luffy is busy doing shit. And what does Frankie say? Go do it. Go do it, boss. Go do it, captain. We're going to go off and do what we need to do, and we're going to make things good, and you can count on us, and you don't have to look after us. It's okay. You go follow your own path that you need for your own peace. And when that happens, we as readers know, this isn't about Luffy's leadership. His leadership isn't in any question. We're going to be looking at the leadership of others. And that's great.
And it's also something I pointed out in our call that I love in this scene, where this is the closest anyone has come to not underestimating Luffy. Doflamingo says, this ball of rubber fists has rolled through so many people who said they were strong enough to beat him in a punch fight. I'm not going to throw hands with this boy. I am going to trap him. But the reason he still underestimated him is because he didn't understand that Luffy's strength is not just him, it's his crew, and that his crew all carry a piece of his strength with him. We're going to get more into that because this is an observation Mama Drock had, but I love that Dofi has gotten closer than anyone to not underestimating our boy.
Yeah, I loved it too. He is a balanced straw hat. You know what's happening here? I realized this arc. I love Frankie. I just love that kid. He's just great. And at one time I was like, he's fine. And now I'm like, who were you when you thought Frankie was fine? Like he's such a great person. He has a genuine ability to feel people's pain and to sympathize with them without and he'll let it overwhelm him for a moment, and then he'll say, okay, how can I help you now? And he'll come up with suggestions. None of the other characters have as much empathy as he does. Like, you think about all the times that he cries for people's stories, and so because of that, when he has that time with Luffy in the alley, you know he really means it, because Frankie is the one who will sit down and bawl his ass off because you tell him about how important the Mary is to you and why, and it makes him cry. And so we know we can genuinely trust that when he feels for you, he means it. He feels for you, and he's here for your emotional needs and for you to go on your own path that will help you. And you just got to love that shit. I think I love that kid. I think I just love that kid.
So
we need to make another apology. We did further research. People who are of Japanese descent do not get nosebleeds when they get erections.
That's a rumor that started because of it being an anime, and it just was really popularized. But no, it was like an old wives' tale in Japan that became popularized in manga.
Yeah, and I've since looked it up some more, and apparently they used to just, and I had to see a lot of them, I'm not gonna lie. They used to just show big old boners in anime. Or sorry, a manga. And it would be like picture, boner. And then they were like, no, Western people were like, no, you can't show boners. And so they started to use nosebleeds as a euphemism for boners.
Yeah, just because that was an old wives' tale in Japan, so it worked as language. And then that got interpreted with the rumor that I shared as misinformation last time.
It's pretty fascinating.
Which I always thought was weird, because like the ethnic groups in Japan and a lot of Asia are so similar, and it's not a thing in other countries. So I was like, that's weird that it's that way. But I've been told it is, and I'd looked it up before the internet was you know, a little better about helping you clear up misinformation. And I'd found sources that were like, yeah, totally is. It even gave statistics. So like, I thought it was true, but yeah, no, just a lie.
Just a lie.
I also wanted to, dude, we are going to never stop delving into this Frankie scene, but we're talking about how this arc is about trust and leadership and choosing a leader.
Yeah.
And part of that, we talk about what does the leader give you for their trust? Luffy gives absolute trust in return. He asks if Frankie wants to hold on the memento of his brother, asks if he wants it. You can be trusted with this. And on top of that, Frankie's like, I can handle the rest on my own. Don't worry. And Luffy trusts him to do it. Luffy is so
not just
trusting
that.
his crew to just go on and carry on his will.
Agreed, but not just that. Luffy says, I don't want anyone to have his fruit. And then he looks at Frankie and says, do you want it, Frankie? And that shows that to Luffy, his crew isn't anyone. His crew is family.
Yep.
Like, he just makes that clear to Frankie right there and then. You aren't anyone. You're something different. And so Frankie knows how important that is. And for Frankie's answer to be something as simple and as honest as I like swimming is perfect, because it's not going to hurt Luffy's feelings. It doesn't undermine the generosity of the jester. It just is the perfect thing that you could possibly say back if you weren't interested in having it and all that that entailed. I wonder whether or not the peeing in the water man is going to end up with the fruit, and if Luffy is going to let him take it, just because he's so in love with Luffy and the Straw Hats right now. And part of me wonders if he's going to be a crewmate. He does have his own boat. Bartholomew has his own boat, but I do wonder if he's going to end up being a Straw Hat, or if we're going to start building an armada and we're going to have more than one boat and communication between them. And whether or not Bartholomew is going to be a person who's going to be on the first of our, Bardo is going to be a first of our armada, if we're going to start. Because if anyone can be part of, here's what I was thinking, just so we can go into it. If anyone can be part of an armada, and if we can start building up something bigger, it would be someone like Bardo. He has his own boat. He
Bardo
has a bit of a
fruit,
crew.
Yeah, he has a crew, so someone could take the Mara.
Yeah, he has a crew. He could stay on his boat. We could start being a little bit like a mini version of some of the other ones, and we could have more than one boat, because Bardo has so much freaking love for the Straw Hats that his loyalty is already bonko. So if we were just in communication with him through a den mushy, but up.
Gotcha.
Hi.
Do you want to make this a prediction? Hey, on this call, are you predicting that Bardo, that you might join the crew or a Straw Hat Armada? Is that a prediction you're making?
Yeah, I'm making that prediction about Bardo right now.
Yeah,
can you write that down?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So the Straw Hat, you were predicting either joining the crew or an armada.
Yeah, because it could be both, but we can be in touch with him through Den Mushies and other ways, and we could be getting more than one thing done at a time, and we could show up with a little mini armada. So if you're going to take somebody like Bardo, who already has so much loyalty to the Straw Hats, he would be the perfect person to be on the next boat, because we wouldn't have to worry about him having his loyalty swayed. He chose to love the Straw Hats for what they were on his own. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it would make sense that we would trust somebody like that. I hope we do. I want a little armada. I want to high five Bardo and his armada-ness.
I mean, Whitebeard had one, so that's not fair if we don't get one.
Yeah, we deserve it. We're cute.
Give us an armada, Oda.
I was taking a sip of water. You almost got me to do a freaking spit take, man. And you wouldn't have even seen it.
Oh yeah, ever since Bardo's been introduced, everyone's wanted Bardo to meet Boa.
Why?
Because they're both fanboys, or fanboy and fangirl of Luffy.
You would just like the two of them to sit there and be like, I love him. You're so right. I'm going to marry him.
Compete over who loves him more.
A simp off. That's amazing. Yeah, I don't hate that. I don't hate it. Yeah, I can see that.
Can I say, you called me in a wild time. Literally, I think the chapter before it gets revealed, you called me like, is Doflamingo a celestial dragon? And what I love
And
about
then
this
you thought
review,
I'd read it. You
I
were
thought
like,
you'd
oh
read
my
it. I
God,
thought
did
you
you
read.
get
I thought you
there?
were reacting to what you just read. You don't get a gold star for this because there's no way to prove that you did the
No,
prediction.
no way to prove it.
Yeah, but
You were like, oh my God, you found out. And I was like, wait, I'm right. And you were like, oh shit.
yeah, yeah. I thought you'd read it, but you were just guessing why he was able to control the newspaper. But it's one of my favorite twists in the series because it entirely flips the power dynamics of the arc all at once. Everything falls apart in an instant.
Unbelievably. Like suddenly you're like, well, that puts you on a very different level.
Mm-hmm.
Like a very different level. And so, yeah, we'll talk about all the things that entails. Like, so bad. In Japanese, episode of the same character, Celestial Dragon, translated Celestial Demon instead of Heavenly Demon. Interesting. Interesting. I love that our boy Sanji. Maybe I just love the Straw Hats more. Fuck.
They're
What if
great.
I just love the Straw Hats more and now they're in my soul and I can't get rid of them and I'm going to start to become even more annoying to people and make everybody. What if I'm standing on the corner handing out Straw Hat books?
You know, then I guess that's what the future holds.
um, I'm very sad about the little toy soldier who's the dad. Oh, boo. Having the little one leg and moving his little ass around town and taking care of his daughter and finding out why all the toys are toys and how they're all being turned into toys, then they still feel like the person that they were and their family doesn't remember them. Shut up. It's so bad.
It's one of those ways. I was watching someone talk about this recently, how One Piece always has happiness that gets somehow revealed to be actually bad or secretly bad. And this is one of the most heartbreaking and brutal ways that that's been done, by having everyone so happy because they don't know what Dofi's taken from them.
Oh, God. And so that made me think about that absolute control.
He
Because
turns
I'm
dissenters
sorry.
into an invisible slave class.
Yes. And so that's why I was talking about that absolute control that he has, because a lot of people have this need for people to know how horrible they are. Like they need some credit for their greatness almost, you know? Like if you think about the way that Caesar had to publicize everything that he was saying and put it on the TV and go public in a way that everybody would know that it was him and he's responsible for it. What is really scary when you have something that's actually scary is when you have a person who's like, oh, no. People don't need to give me credit. I'm good just pulling the strings. You stand back here and I'll pull the strings. I don't need anybody to give me credit. And then when I found out that this fucker is a string holder, I was like, what a perfect thing for him, because that's what he is a master puppeteer. He's been pulling the strings of everything. He doesn't need people to see it. He doesn't care if those strings are spider webs that people can't see, that are thin silk webs just pulling them to do what he wants. All that he cares is that everything is done the way that he wants it. He doesn't give a shit if people know that it was him doing it. And that's one of the reasons that he likes having multiple names. He doesn't need every deed to come back to him immediately. He doesn't need everyone to know exactly who he is. He's a string puller. And I thought, like, masterful.
Yeah, remember everybody, we're only going to 731 today. This is going to be 3 episodes because we're doing 36 chapters max per episode. I love Dofi's fruit, and like I said, I couldn't tell you what my guess was because my guess was right. I actually guessed that he had a string fruit like immediately when he mind controlled the dude. I was like, I think strings make sense.
I can't remember. Yeah. I think I get a purple mushroom for that, but I also get
I think you do.
I get a gold star for Dragon being Luffy's dad, and for there being a town with little people.
We forgot that you said that. You get a gold star for there being tiny people. You said there'd be Lilliputians. You also said there'd be dwarves. You said they'd be separate. So I think you get a shroom star and a star. You get a star and a half basically right now.
No, I get 2 because you have to give me the Luffy's dad and the
Yeah.
little
So you
people.
get 3
I
now,
said
but
we'd
you
go to a
also
land of little
get 2
people.
more gold stars, throwing gold stars, throwing gold stars, throwing gold stars, because you guessed there'd be a higher level of CP Cipher Pull, and then
8.
you later said their name would be Cipher Pull 0.
And that is simply because, which is hilarious, because then frickin' Oda put this in an
Don't
SBS.
worry,
Somebody
Cricket.
was
I
like,
have a shroom star for you. We'll figure it out. We can add them in.
okay, somebody was like, why did you call it this? I can't remember what it was inside of one of his SBSs. And he's like, well, I was going to call it this because it's more accurate. And I was going to call it this because it made more sense. But I decided to call it this because it sounded better. And I was like, that's the exact reason that I said that we would have a CP0.
Instead of a CP10, because you were like,
I
yeah.
said CP10 sounds like sleepy time, and I'm sticking by it, and that does not sound frightful, but CP0, that shit sounds wicked.
CP0 sounds terrifying.
It sounds terrifying, whereas CP10 sounds like sleepy time. And I was like, no, 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 that's not going to be sleepy time. It just isn't. So yeah, CP0, so cool. And I
Yeah.
love that they are it looks better too. You're right. It really kind of looks like capo. And I love that CP0 is supposed to be watching after the people within governments and are they everyone? Are they watching like government, navy, everyone?
They're meant to be keeping tabs on the big players in the world, anything major, and they are
And
doing
by big
that
players, do you mean like the red hair shanks as well?
probably if they can.
Hmm, fascinating. Oh, what
And yeah,
happened, chat? You got yourself put in timeout?
they work for the celestial dragons directly, which is interesting that like their higher designation isn't necessarily because they're doing something more dangerous, it's because they're working for the celestials instead of the world government.
But the Celestials are such shit faces. Even if I think that there's a possibility that Luffy's mom is a Celestial dragon.
That is a thing you brought up since last stream. Yeah.
Well, because if Luffy's mom was a Celestial dragon, it would also make sense when I said, and we talked about this earlier today. You
Mhm.
brought up that I said that Luffy could be 2 types of dragons. So there was a yin and a yang of dragonness that created him. And one of them would be a celestial dragon, and one of them would be his dad, who's a dragon. And together they made Luffy, who is the sun. What?
Sorry, the funniest poll just happened.
What is it? I gotta look at it. What are you perverts doing? Would you let Violet stab you?
Hey, at least no one.
God.
Okay, yeah, but
Okay.
the idea that you thought early on Luffy and Dragon would be the opposite dragons of the yin and yang, but
Yes.
instead Dragon and his mom could be, and Luffy is the balance of yin and yang that comes between that.
Yeah. And it's kind of an interesting thing now, I'm wondering.
I like
So
it's very cool.
I think it would just be like sometimes when I'm making predictions about the future in One Piece, I'm looking at it from hints that are being dropped, and sometimes I'm half looking at hints and just half looking at what I would have done if I was creating a narrative, and that's what I would have done. I would have made Luffy's mom a celestial dragon and Luffy's dad dragon, and then he wouldn't have been allowed to be with Luffy, or he wouldn't allowed to be with her, and Luffy's mom wouldn't be allowed to keep Luffy because he was the product of this relationship with Dragon, who was under them, and so that she would be an upper level person and she would want to protect her Luffy, and so she gives Luffy to Luffy's Luffy's dad. Luffy's dad is a not dad. He's like a dad but not, and gives it, and then Luffy's grandfather ends up having to take Luffy. And then as I said, and as you and I pointed out, and then he does not raise him, but does a very good job of leaving him alone on islands with other people.
Hey, can you watch my kid for how long? How long do kids take to grow up?
When is this kid done? When is it grown? Till then. And so I think it would be a very, very interesting idea to have Luffy be the product of 2 different types of dragons. And it would also make sense then why Luffy's mom didn't have Luffy with her because she would be so worried about what would happen to Luffy with the other dragons as being the version of Mudblood.
Interesting. I think it would be interesting.
Are we in an ad?
We are just in an ad now. Yeah, we're in an ad.
Wow. We're just all over the place today. You know what I have to say about that?
You're
welcome.
We're not going through the story in any specific order, but we're doing observations in an order that I really like. We're getting to the information. We're getting to the cool stuff. Look, you want to be here for a recap? Fuck you. You know what happened. You read it. You saw it. Come on.
We're not here to
we're here to analyze.
I like the idea that people don't like it, and lots of people don't like the idea of Luffy's mom being in this place, and I have a bunch of different reasons why I think it was. And some of them are just because they really want Croco Mum.
Some people really want Croco Mum because they're insane.
They just really do. They just really want it so badly. And so they're like, no, Croc Mom. And I'm like, I just have a feeling it's going to be more like something like this.
Nothing. Look, Croc Mom, assigned female at birth, based idea. I think there's a lot of evidence. It makes a lot of sense to me. I think it's actually, I believe in that. Crocodile's Luffy's mom? No, stop. Get a hold of yourself.
I don't know. I like the other idea better.
I think your idea is pretty cool.
I know we don't know yet because
Bartolomeo, we can talk about Bartolomeo.
Otherwise we wouldn't have Crocomum theory.
You know who I find more interesting than Bartolomeo in this arc?
Whom?
Bellamy.
Bellamy is killing it, and he's really having to go through this like identity crisis of who he is and what he believes and how uncared for he is. Like, I actually feel shitty bad for him, and I don't want to because I hate that crap face, and him getting punched in the face brought me so much joy. But yeah, kind of like this kid.
He feels so broken, and it really feels like the only reason he's still loyal to Dofi is because it's all he feels like he has, and because he said he would be. He's just a fanboy who, like, there is none of the appeal left, and he's just doing it because he said he would.
Yeah.
Like,
I really do feel like he's a person who needs love, and he doesn't know how to he wouldn't even know how to articulate the idea of he wouldn't know how to articulate the idea of needing love, and he needs to feel approval from somebody who makes him feel like he's worthy, because he doesn't have any of his own feelings of self-worth, and he thinks the only person who can prove that he's worthy is Dofi.
I think he went to Skypiea because we know he went to Skypiea. I think he went there and either got his ass kicked or just didn't fuck with anyone. My theory is genuinely that Dofi couldn't reach him. There was nothing to do. He saw a statue being built in Luffy's honor and he just hung out. Like, I genuinely, my belief
I really like that idea.
Is that he got there and just was like, I am free here. I just had to kill my right-hand man. I'm just going to hang out. Bill, come here.
I really like this idea.
He's so tired. How does Crew die? Who's to say? But also he was like forced to murder his right-hand man by Dofi.
Yeah, it turns out I like post-time skip Bellamy, and I feel a lot of feelings for him.
He seems so broken, and he's just going because it's all he has. It's a
but
really,
also,
yeah.
This like somebody asked me, and it was funny because you and I talked about it again. Somebody asked me about timing and whether or not I found other areas of timing, and I feel bad because I don't mention like, oh, here's a timing thing, and I don't think to mention it, even though it's part of my lore in my world when I'm looking at things.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yeah,
Since you've mentioned it,
when he was talking about him going up to Skypiea, I thought about the incredible timing of in the time skip, which is
Mhm.
timing. Then he goes up to the place that Luffy used to be when he was only a believer in the new world of pirates and the new age of pirates, and suddenly he goes up to the sky, which was an old age of pirates thing to do and to believe this idea of there being a place above and being able to get it, and a different version of piracy is adventure and da 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 da. And he was looking about how he meant nothing to Dofi, and Dofi just humiliated him beyond belief in front of everyone and just said, you know, go away. I basically don't like you. And then he goes up to Skypiea and he spends a bunch of time in Skypiea and he levels himself up in a bunch of different ways. And I was thinking about the timing of that when we come out and they call them the worst generation ever. And yet, in our opinion, as people who are Luffy believers and Straw Hat believers, we would see moving towards Luffy's way of thinking as being an improvement, even though he's now part of the worst generation ever. And it would seem that Bellamy, whether he knows it or not, is in a personal kind of conflict of moving towards that type of thinking and becoming more like Luffy. And you could see it because it was way too fast and way too easy for when Luffy was hanging out the window when he screamed, "Don't give up, Bellamy. You got this." And Bellamy was immediately like, looked over and noticed it was Luffy, and it immediately hit different. That wouldn't have hit different if Bellamy hadn't been going through his own cognitive dissonance. And so that's what I was going to say is like I'll point out more about the time skip pieces, or sorry, the timing pieces. But the other thing is I can't believe how much cognitive dissonance is part
Dissonance, but yeah.
of dissidence in general, but is part of the whole um built-in underpinnings of the story. He keeps making people have to stand back and look at their own things and ask, am I right? Is this the right way to do it? And people change on both ways, but we're seeing it over and over again. And so that's why I thought it was really interesting when we saw Bellamy, because I was like, that is a huge, huge person to go through that kind of a change. And I feel so Congo dissidence, it's the best kind. Congo distance. I feel so bad for him because it would be really difficult to give up on his feelings for Dofi. And can you ever trust Bellamy? Could you? I don't know,
Hard to say.
because I think that if Dofi ever felt like being like, my bad, I love you, come back, that I really feel like Bellamy would be like, really?
You
How
love
did
me?
and
I'm
you love
cared
me now?
about? Am I good
Yeah,
enough? Am I good enough?
but I do when everyone's talking about Eminem. I was thinking like, ooh, Bellamy went up to Skypiea. Did he meet Eminem? Did Eminem come back? Is he still on the moon? What's up with that? What's up with that boy?
I
You
hope
know, he
Enel's just been hanging out on the moon like, what do I do now?
well, he
I'm
looked at the
here.
pictures. He beat some people up. He had a
I
thing go
didn't
on. I think he,
I didn't think this
yeah.
far ahead. I'm just here now. So we referenced
Mm,
on Chinjiao during the Skypiea stream. When did that happen? I forgot.
mm,
I must be reminded because I don't remember referencing Don
mm,
Chinjiao.
er.
Someone did say they were going to do a Bellamy speech. I forgot to make a place for crew member patron level to post their speeches. So I'm going to do that after the stream today so that people can post it and we can talk about
Yeah,
we
because
can
we
do a
have
speech for
three. We're
Bellamy next
talking
time.
about this three different occasions, so you'll have time.
There'll be time, yeah.
Um, Luffy's fight
If
as
someone has a speech
Lucy.
written, DM me on Discord and we can get it in today. If
Luffy's
you're a crew
fight
member.
as Lucy and going into the ring with everyone. I like how it was broken down.
Oh
So we keep
yeah.
going back to little people and what?
Oh, Kaido saying that they were talking about hate spanning generations as a reference to Chinjiao, because Chinjiao is another character whose hate spans generations. Hates Luffy because of Garp.
Right. Um, what was I talking about? Oh, I like how we keep going to different places. We go to the little people and the green bit, and we go to the whole piece that's happening underneath. We go to Luffy inside of the Colosseum. We have our Sanji out there. We go to our Sunny. I like that we have all these different areas. I don't like Bellamy because he doesn't get them all. Avatar, who's been missing for 100 years. Okay. Yeah. Strings
Wait a
him
minute.
along.
He gave wait. did he give the golden bell, not just a golden bell? Because if so, if you're right about its importance, it being on the blue sea might be really meaningful to the story.
But he doesn't give a shit at all. Gives them an impossible circle. Finds Avatar, he's been missing for 100 years, and you'll get your honor back. Task of winning, killing Luffy. Dofi doesn't believe in him, so he's promised the moon to him, and he strings him for fun. Interesting. Love that. You could take that out because me whispering
Can we
to
give a
myself.
support pillar that broke off the bell? Okay, that's all. Okay, I thought that it was just a piece of gold, not the bell. That's good because that bell's important. Don't take the bell.
I think Luffy is definitely going to be the connector of all the different weapons.
We'll have
He's
to
going to
see.
be the conduit. Like a conduit of all of it.
First,
That's
he's
the
gonna
boy.
have to meet them all.
I like that we, anyways, I like that we had different stories so that we could come back and forth between them. I think it's one of the reasons that I'm enjoying this arc so much. I think sometimes when the arc is really hard and we're going through hard material and we just stick in the hard stuff, it's too much.
Mhm.
Like even when we were in the last arc, when we were in a different scene, it was still the same scene. The drawing had to be reasonably the same. The atmosphere was reasonably the same. You couldn't completely change it. Where in this one, you go all the way from like stadium life to freaking overgrown plants and little people, different color, different everything, to toy people. Everywhere we go into the different places is so different feeling that it almost feels like a break. It's the reason why I always read 4 books at one time. I never have one book going. Anytime I don't like the choices that someone makes, I switch to a different book until I can handle the choices of the other ones.
Oh my goodness.
And so that's what it felt like in this, is that, yeah, this person said, well, architect. This person said drop and give me 5. I didn't know that was still open.
I thought this was done. All right, keep going.
And so, can you kill it though? And
Oh,
so
got
I
it
like
back.
that we've skipped back and forth between all of them, and it lets us see them, because anytime that anything gets too serious, or anytime that anything gets too difficult, we move into a different person. We will come back and get into the difficult stuff, and we will come back and have to
Oh,
reckon with it, but we get to move into another area and almost have like a little breath away, and it makes a huge difference in my ability to stick with it and enjoy it without feeling tsunamied by it. So I think that the way that somebody said the architecture of it, I would agree. The architecture of this arc so far has been super enjoyable. I love getting to watch Lucy fighting in the ring. I love it when we go out and find out the history of the king, the history of the little people, the fight and the battle, tiny bits of information. Seeing Law fight with Dofi was incredible, because you could also see the impact that having been Dofi's underling when you're Law impacted his ability to fight against him, because Law is better than the fight that he gave Dofi. Do I think that he can beat Dofi? I don't think he can. But I think that Law didn't even give it his all. He usually, when he creates an operating room, he could take people's heart out, for God's sakes, and keep them alive. He can cut people into all these different pieces. He split a boat in half. He does whatever he wants. He makes new animals by putting things together. And yet his fight that he gave Dofi, not at the level. It just was not at the level. And it made me realize that there was like this leftoverness inside of him of having been Dofi's underling, where you almost have it's like your parents feel stronger and like they know more than they actually do for so long because they're your parents. It was that same kind of feeling. There's still something in him with this loyalty towards Dofi that he wishes that he can shake. And so he didn't get to fight at his strongest ability against Dofi, and I thought that was pretty cool. So go ahead.
I think we see that as a common theme in this arc of people hindering themselves by not seeing themselves as someone who can reach the top. Like Blackbeard and Luffy are characters who are, we are going to be king of the pirates. So are a few other characters. But we see Caesar as someone who's like, yeah, I know I'm below Dofi, but I'm going to get one up on him eventually. And Dofi, yeah,
Yes.
I know I'm below Kaido, but I'm going to get one up on him eventually. And Law, I know I'm below Dofi, but I'm going to get... And Luffy's like, I don't know I'm below anyone. I'm above all of you.
Not the level.
No one can stop me. I'm Monkey D fucking Luffy. Get out of the way.
Exactly. And it's also super funny because the first time I saw one of the fishies jump out on the bridge, my very first thought is, too bad Luffy's not here. He would hockey that bitch into being his friend.
And then he does
It's funny
it with
how
a
you
bowl.
start to get to know your characters and you almost wish they could be in more than one line at a time. I loved seeing Robin laid on the ground like Gulliver. For those of you who don't know, I have a dog that's like Bellamy. I have Bellamy's sister, and her name is Lilliput Clementine. And Lilliput is because of the Lilliputians in Gulliver's Travel, and we just call her Lily. So seeing Robin all out there like Gulliver's Travel, I was like, oh yes, it's my Lilliput, it's my Lilliputians. Pet the boy. And so I was super, super stoked. Although I thought it was also kind of funny that they came out of her boobs.
Yeah.
You know what, Drock? I really appreciate the way that you handle the things. No excuses, no nothing. Just, yeah. Right there in the boobs. That's where they were.
Yep.
It's good that you're able to see things. Did Luffy's hand always go that color when he... Like, I remember it going black in the past. But am I wrong? Did he have, like, this kind of a black hand before, or is this new?
For what? For which? For when?
What chapter is this? I don't know. The vulcanized hand, yeah. Black to show the hockey. Yeah, I thought so. The picture, though, that they do in volume 72, in Dressrosa's Forgotten, which is such a good... Yeah, okay, it was Fishman. Okay, thank you. That's what I was wondering, if it had only just been there. Is so good. The way that they have outlined the high points of Luffy's hands, so you can almost look at his
Oda
black
gets
hand.
way better at the like black shine effect with the hockey for
Yeah,
sure.
because it looks like you can see the skeleton through it. It's really cool. Love it. Check the poll. Most powerful lander?
Praland.
Oh my god.
Guys, I think you're all forgetting about the power of Nanaland.
Look at this. Great General King contributed 1,005 channel points to this. That's amazing.
Great General King really wanted that to win.
That's amazing.
The black
I
hockey,
did something like that.
black hockey, I really don't like in the anime, but in the manga, yeah, it adds so much to the paneling because you can have these sections of black and it just makes the impact panels with a hockey infused punch stand out. In the anime, it feels kind of like, I don't know, like whatever. But in manga, it looks really good. I really like it.
In the book, it is so good.
Can we talk about the King Punch? I'm a King Punch believer. There are people who downplay the King Punch. I think the King Punch is as strong as they say it is. I think genuinely, you punch Kaido or Big Mom in the face with the King Punch and they are getting severely injured.
And
I think it was introduced.
And yet it doesn't break down the barrier.
It was introduced just so that we could have confirmed, yes, these barriers can't be broken with brute force. You need a way to bypass them. You can't punch through this.
Like it or lump it, the King Punch, it's got a little golden snitch to it.
That it's just like you win the fight if you get this off. However, it's so inconvenient with the warm-up time that if he didn't have like a fucking squad there, it literally couldn't have done anything.
I just kept wondering, does his dumb ass just have to stand there? Can't he fight with swords or kick them or, I don't know, bite them? Maybe get himself some kind of...
Just gotta warm up.
Is it really, you must stand still for all of this time for 1 hour? You can't bite someone or kick them or do anything else. You just have to stand there.
Big Mom, Shanks, Kaido, and Blackbeard aren't going to stand around letting this guy charge up. I'm saying if he got the punch off, what they need to do, this is how you win the series. Hey, King. Hey, Mr. King. Before we leave, how would you feel about punching this shell?
I would love that.
Hey, before we leave this,
You know what you do?
island, can you punch this shell for me
You know
really
what you
hard?
do? You farm this bitch's punches. You
You
get
just
a
get a
whole
bunch of
bunch of
impact
these.
dials.
Yeah. And you just keep him for like 24 to 72 hours. And you just make him punch shells for you for that length of time.
Okay,
And then he's
okay.
like, I just
Seriously,
need to sleep.
seriously, how hard does this go? How hard does this scene go? If there's a scene where Usopp's getting his fucking ass kicked, there's nothing he can do to win. He's entirely outclassed by who he's up against, and he just reaches in and he goes to pull something out, and we flash back, and he's like, "Hey, before you leave, can you do me a favor?" And the king's like, "Hmm." And then it just cuts back to present day, and Usopp does yell royal impact or like king impact. How hard does that go?
Come on now. It would just be king packed.
King pact is also good. How hard does this go, guys?
This is very good.
Pig.
Yeah. I'm here
Usopp's
for
arm
it.
would break, but I think he'd beat whoever he's fighting.
Worth it.
Usopp would not, like, his arm would not be functional after in the slightest.
It would be worth it.
If his arm is still attached, he's lucky. If he's alive, he's lucky.
Well, maybe it's Luffy who uses it.
Look, you put the king punch in a rejectile and everyone dies. That's a nuclear bomb. Don't put the king punch in a rejectile.
No. You could put it at the end of Luffy's fist and he could do one of his big fist punches and then use it.
But impact dials hurt Luffy.
Yeah, it's the end of the fight move.
Okay. Usopp would be not able to move at the end of it for sure. Impact Wolf with a king dial would be great though.
I love Violet. I was a little bit broken when I found out that Violet was the king's daughter.
So Oda actually had to hold back. I think it's mentioned in SBS eventually, but like the implication with her being Dofi's girl is as dark as it feels like it is, and Oda was basically warned not to make it explicit.
Not to make it explicit that she was what?
Coerced into being Dofi's girl to stay alive.
Oh, bro.
Yes, it's as fucked up as it seems like it would be.
And how old was she then? 14?
I do not know.
She's
only brought up
right
in the
now.
SBS because like shouldn't be included. No, that's Rebecca.
Or she's
Violet.
She's 18. So what was she
18 now? I thought she was in her 20s. Oh no.
Oh.
Dofi's the worst.
How old is she?
But she was in her 20s. She's 28 now. That's good.
Oh,
this is good.
So it was 10 years ago?
That's still so bad, but at least it's
still so bad.
It's so
people
much.
love to think of people who are 18 as being adults, and as a person who teaches 18-year-olds.
But it's also like it is completely coercive and forced. So
exactly. So it's a difference of power structure. You've also got a person who's just gone through trauma caused by the other person. Also, 18-year-olds are babies in older bodies. They're just babies. I could tell you the 18-year-olds that I teach, well, just think about the squishies that are here. People need to be loved. There's still little people inside. 18-year-olds are babies, just babies.
Yeah, it's not good. It's a bad situation.
I loved the winner in the first go around. I love that we found out that even the king punch can't get through the shield.
Yep, it's a great way of telling you that these barriers are, if Oda makes a barrier fruit, it is a barrier fruit. Nothing is getting past this. Twisted
Minder, are you saying people aren't adults until 25 because that's when the prefrontal cortex is finished building?
It's like a mix. It's like levels of adult, I think. Like, that's fully grown adult, at least, or fully cooked.
Sometimes I wake up in the morning and I'm like, am I an adult? And then I'm like, nope. And on the days I'm not an adult, I'm just like, today's a day I'm not adulting. I'm sorry. Lucy?
Yeah.
Lucy's cool. Lucy's cool as fuck.
What a great
That
character Lucy
beard.
is.
Oh, I can't find it. I don't know where it is, but there is an actual area when he has his mask on and he's standing in silhouette where he literally looks like Sniper King. Like I found a picture of Sniper King and in silhouette and a picture of Lucy wearing his mask in silhouette. And I swear to God, Oda just was like, I'm just gonna be funny and draw him in here and make him freaking identical. I would if you could find it, Calculate, because I can't remember where it is, and I'm just like, oh, where was that? It was incredible. Loved it. Anyways, Lucy is awesome. So awesome, in fact, I was kind of sad that Lucy isn't a real character. Like, I love this Lucy guy. He's amazing. And remember when I talked before? You want to know what chapter region we're in? We are now in volume 72.
Yeah, we are from 700 to 731 today.
No, I was in volume 71. We're done that. We're in volume 72 near the beginning. But I think that where are we as far as Lucy? I think that's in the end of volume 71 when we first meet Lucy, when he first comes in and he's standing and one of the things is a silhouette. He is so good and so cute.
He's doing his best out there. Just a normal punch is the funniest bit. Holy fuck.
The other thing that was so fascinating is when you think about how Caesar had all this power, all these people watching him, put himself on TV, needed everyone to see how powerful he was, is capable of building these things with poisons that are just unbelievable. And then it's a really good reminder from Oda how if your power isn't legitimate and doesn't come from a real place, how easy it is to lose that power. Because now, what is Caesar now? He's just a piece of shit object that's being passed around like a piece of material. He's like a weapon. And
Luffy is locked in a coliseum and is more powerful than Caesar because his crew follows his will when he's not there.
Exactly. And this guy, what is he doing? He's doing nothing. He's just being passed from person to person. His humanhood, his agency is irrelevant. All he is a tool.
Now,
and I hate him, so I'm happy about it. But it's a really good reminder. Yeah, like a piece of meat. It's a really good reminder that if your power doesn't come from a place of legitimacy, it is the easiest thing to lose fake power.
Now, can we bring up quickly, now that we're in the Colosseum and we're talking about who has real power without being present, how well we are implying the power of the Blackbeard pirates here?
Oh, so it's the same thing that you and I were talking, and you pointed out just the same way that Luffy is inside the Colosseum and he's fighting and he's trying to get his brother's devil fruit, and his crew is out there taking care of business. Meanwhile, same thing with Blackbeard. He's got a member of his crew, Burgess, just fighting inside of the ring. Blackbeard doesn't need to know exactly where he is or what he's doing. He's following his own agenda, and that's not a problem for Blackbeard. Blackbeard's not out here like, oh, no, where are you? I need you. Blackbeard is like, yeah, fucking A, go do your own thing.
And same with
because they don't worry.
saving his friends in the Marines. Just
exactly.
Yeah, you go for it, whatever. Get back by dinner.
Because that's what it looks like when you don't have to worry about your legitimacy of your rule. You don't need to have people, you don't need to micromanage people's business and figure out exactly what they're doing, exactly when they're doing it. That's an authoritarian rule that means that you have to be at the center of all decisions and all work. Whereas in this one, they're just like, yeah, go do you. I don't looking for that kind of leadership, and I trust you.
This is Shu.
Follow your own agenda.
This is a Shu. He has feet.
What?
It's a Shu.
You're a weird person. Are you trying to make a shoe poke out?
Oh, there's a Shu right here because we have a perspective shot.
Hey, can I just put out there that you made some nice titties on this kid?
Yeah, he's got buff titties.
But I just have one tiny question about them.
Huh? Yeah.
Where's his nipples?
They're like on the underside of the titty.
Okay, I'll allow it.
Yeah.
I just like down there.
Yeah,
Okay.
the nipples are on the underside
As
of the titty.
long
You
as
can't really see them from the
it
same
would
from
just
the
make me
figure.
sad for him if he was like
Yeah.
a Ken doll on the upper half, you know?
Well, let me think about this. This angle on this titty is a little off, so we'll fix that anyways.
And then give him a little bit of a nip slip.
Well, I'm gonna debate it. I'm gonna look at the curve and see what I think. I'm gonna see if I
Ooh, a
feel
nipple
like
ring
the
would be
nipples
nice.
should be visible.
Is that canonical, a nipple ring? Hi, baby Jack.
There's no nipple ring.
Hi, sweet baby.
Look, sometimes the curve of the pec is such that it's on the underside. I think the nipple's a little bit visible on this one, but
Oh,
not this one because it's on
I
this
wish
other
you
side of
guys
this
could
curve.
see my puppies right now.
You
They've
know what they
just been out
can
there
see
being
is
good
my puppy.
doggies, and now I miss you.
Look, he's cuddling his capybara.
Oh, small babies. Do you get to see the Bellamy?
Yeah.
Oh, that's mama's babies is what that is. I love my
Oh, we're in an
babies
ad
so
break.
much.
It's a good thing we're not doing anything.
Good thing, because all we're doing is talking about the babies.
We're talking about
But
dogs.
in my defense, if you could see my baby, you would know. I
In
don't
my
have a choice.
defense, they can see my baby, and he's a cute little
They
guy, and he cuddles
can
his
see your
capybara.
baby, and your baby
Ooh,
is
what's
so
this?
cute.
What's this?
Yeah.
Posting during ads because I'd love if you read it. Bellamy is such a special character for me. Please don't go away. Trying to read this. Such a special character for me. Him being a hollow person desperately trying to latch on something he knows is bad and doesn't care about him is something that resonated with me in the phase of my life when I was reading this. Seeing what it did develop me helped me see it in myself and grow as a person. That's incredible. I think flawed characters are so helpful for your growth.
Oh, I totally agree. What a great.
Look, how am I going to add Bellamy? He's already here. Look at him.
Can you read that little thing again? Because I love that. I want to hear it
Someone
again.
was saying that Bellamy as a character helped them grow as a person because they were in a similar place where they were clinging to something that was bad for them and didn't care about them because it just felt like what they were doing. And it helped them grow as a person to see what it did to Bellamy, that it was hollowing him out.
I just love that.
I think
Because not a
flawed
lot of
characters are so
people are
important for
able to
growth.
grow, admit where they're wrong, or to ask themselves how they can change in a more positive way. When I hear about people who say to themselves, I don't like the direction I'm going and what I'm holding on to, and change themselves, I just want to high five them for a decade. Squishies, when you do that, that shows like the highest level of intelligence and the most beautiful level of self care. Good for you.
Yeah.
Such good babies.
Good job, everyone.
Okay. Are we out of the ad break?
We're out of the ad break. We're back. We're back to it. We're moving. We're schmoving. We're going.
You forgot the word groovin'. Like groovin' was so obvious. I feel like
You know what
kind of
else
a
I
little let
forgot? Was
down.
schmoving. We're schmoving.
You said schmoovin', man.
You know what else I
You
forgot?
didn't. What?
Moving.
You're killing me, Smalls. You know what is so good? It's not you not saying groovin'. What is so good is watching Frankie and his weird little tractor knee things, just tractor kneeing and drinking a drink.
Like, any reason for this, Frank, or we just okay, we're just doing it. Okay.
Just driving his ass through the town with a little soldier on his shoulders, having some cola and having a chat about the past and what the town is like. And I was like, just, I unreasonably liked it. I stopped and looked at it.
Frankie's kind of the opposite of Luffy in the way that he cares so much about your backstory.
He so does. And it's so great for him because that's what I was talking about Frankie and his empathy. Have you ever met people like there's so few of them in today's world. It's just ridiculous. But you know when you find them. You meet a person who looks you in your eye when you talk and you can tell that they're not having to work at listening to you and they don't want to be anywhere else and they're just really enjoying your company and they are happy to be in the conversation they're having with you and they're not wondering about what's next. And when you meet that person and you feel so seen, that is addictive to be with a person who's like that. And that's who Frankie is as a character. He's that person, the person that when he is spending time with you, he is here with you and nothing else matters. And he's just happy to be having this conversation with you, happy to be in this moment and so excited to find out about who you were. I had a friend in my life at one time who I had that kind of great friendship with, and he was one of those types of people who, when you were with him, there wasn't anyone else or anywhere else that he would want to be. And it is the most friended I think I've ever felt in my life.
That's
Um,
that is absolutely how Frankie comes across as a character. Just truly cares about listening to people and what they care about. And I think, like, obviously Luffy cares about people, but in the way that he only cares about what you want and need, not why. He doesn't care about what's happened to you. He cares about whose fault it is that you are feeling what you're feeling and what he can do to help. But Frankie really just does want to listen. He wants to hear about your life.
Luffy ADD listens to you. Like, he hears you and he catches the highlights and he knows what's important, and he'll hear the injustices within what you see, but more importantly, he'll feel your injustices and your needs, and he's more intuitive in that way, that he can feel it, but he's not sitting there and looking you in the eye. He's ADDing his way over to the next thing, but he'll fight his ass off for you. He feels the pain that you're in, and he's like, if you're going to fight for you, I'm going to fight for you.
Makes me
We're
feel like
both gonna fight.
if Frankie developed observation hockey, that it would register somehow in the way of having an understanding of people's pain. Like, that's the part that he'd understand from someone.
Yeah. Can
That's
you
what he'd feel.
imagine a Frankie with observation
Now,
hockey?
granted, I think he's not the kind of person likely to get observation. He's more of an armament guy as far as what he's likely to unlock and
But
access
wouldn't it
naturally.
be better if he did get observation hockey because I think that would be a real letdown of his character, since he's the type of character who observes people so closely and so deeply. And he already has the strength that he built into himself, so I don't feel like he would need to have the other hockey.
Maybe because his physical power comes from machines, it would just be observation hockey of feeling someone's pain.
But not only the pain, maybe hopefully we could be nice to Frankie and let him feel the joy too, because wasn't it amazing to get to see Hero and then have that little cricket statue down underground with our little guys?
It's
Oh,
the Mont Blanc
shit.
Nolan statue, yeah, because he went there
Sorry,
too,
the
and he
Mont
was the
Blanc
hero,
Nolan.
yeah.
Oh, it was so good, Nolan. I was so happy to see you there. And then to hear the amazing lies that our Usopp told, because it's been a while since Usopp spinned a yarn. So to have Usopp being next to the hero,
I'm a descendant of Nolan for sure. But this, it has to be a descendant of Nolan now, right?
Yep, that's
Like,
what I kept saying.
Like, it's gonna be true. He's going to turn out to be a descendant of Nolan. What other possibility is there?
It was funny that you said it, because when it happened, I was laughing and I was like, "Oh, that's funny. He hasn't lied in a while." And then I was like, "Oh, I got to check back and think about all the lies that he said to see what other things are going to come true still." And then I was like, "Oh shit. Is he going to be a descendant of Nolan?"
Like, it feels like he has to be. He has inherited his will, that's true, but he says he's a descendant, and that usually it's 1 for 1.
Usually it comes along in some way. Can you even believe how freaking hilarious the dwarfs are when they're like, "You're bad and evil." "No, I'm good." "Oh, well, she said she's good. She's good." It's like, I love these dwarfs. What's the specific line in here that I was just peeing my pants at? With Robin Underground, when they were like, "You're bad," and she was like, "What? No, I'm not bad. I'm a really good kid." And then they were like, "Oh,
she's good.
This is
She's good. We're fine.
Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Put down your weapons. All is well and right with the world." Oh,
They're so fun. Gullible sounds like Gulliver. Coincidence? Yeah,
Gullible
I
sounds
think
like Gulliver.
I think probably, but if not, that's a very good bit from Oda. I just don't think he thinks about English puns that often because it's not his first language.
"I never meant you any harm, and I won't tell anyone that I saw you." "Liar! I won't fall for that excuse. It's true." "Really? Okay then. What a relief. I thought you were a bad guy."
Oh my god, it's so good. It's all they're so dumb. No, little guys, no.
I love it for them. It's so good.
No,
I also
little
love how
guys.
they're like talking about how they've captured one of their people, and they're like, "Yeah, they've captured her and she's there. Oh, she must be really nice and important. No, she's an asshole, but she's one of us. We gotta get her."
Leo just like, yeah, she's a fucking bitch, but like we should deal with this.
"We're not a big fan of her, but she is ours, so we gotta go and get her."
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. I just realized the dwarves believe anything, and they met a guy who was known for being a big liar, eventually known for being a big liar. That's kind of amazing, actually. I love that. A lot of people I don't think like, is it Giola or Giola?
Giola. Anyone who watched the anime hates Giola because they extended her bit and it became so annoying. They basically gave her a second form after she was defeated and made a filler episode out of it. So people who watch the anime hate Giola a lot. People who read the manga are like, yeah, she's just like one of the side bosses. It's fine.
Really? I like her. I like her character a lot. I
She also
also like
deleted
that
Nami's boobs. True.
I also like that he troped out that, yeah, she does get rid of Nami's boobs and turn Nami into a child, which was, ugh, disconcerting. Um,
Don't
but I
Crew's
like that
doing
he
a lot of concerning things when it comes to adult women looking like children, it turns out.
ugh, don't like it. But I do like that he brought out the old pony of somebody being like, "Who just called me a mermaid princess? What?" It was so great bringing out that old trope again of somebody keep saying like, "Oh, I can feel my soul shaking. Who said that I was a goddess? Nobody." It's right back to our gorgeous boy. I like her though. I went and read it in the colored version because when I was reading this, I realized that I was missing out on some nuances with her color, and I'm glad I did. What beautiful panels those were done in color. I kind of almost felt sad that the first time people see them, they don't see that in color, because those colorized versions of her art and the ocean, oh, incredible. It
I
was
love
absolutely beautiful.
Brook taking advantage of the fact that uh his bow for his violin is a sword to trick her. It's so smart.
Yeah. And to start playing into her fears and into her shortcomings right away, and then be
Mm-hmm.
like, I agree with you, and your stuff is incredible and it's amazing, and oh, you
It
know
was
what
so
would make this even
good.
nicer is a piece of music composed to your greatness. And just, if you can play with people's insecurities like that, like Brooke did, you'll get what you need out of it. It was quite impressive.
Brook
And then
keeps a level head better than any straw hat.
he does. And why isn't anyone else learning how to do his cut?
Because it's hard to learn certain things and they'd rather focus on their skills, I think.
It needs to be learned.
Yeah, but
You know
Brook,
who I
like, okay,
you
but
know who I want to know
how
how to
could
do it?
Zoro benefit from subtlety? Like, the man's dense.
Who are you talking about? Zoro? That's not who I want to learn how to do it.
Okay.
Robin.
Yeah, but Robin doesn't know how to use a sword, so it might be hard for her to learn,
I
like,
don't want
way
it with
harder
a
for her to
sword. I
learn.
want it with a dagger.
Okay, that'd be pretty metal.
I think Robin with a dagger. First of all, you imagine a garter up high on Robin's leg with a dagger on it, and tell me that's not one of the hottest things you've ever
No,
thought
no,
of.
no, it's a look. It's a look. You said it and I was like, okay, yeah, we got an aesthetic. That there's an aesthetic argument immediately.
Yeah, 100%. So Robin with the dagger, first of all, fully yes. And then you get Robin with a dagger who learns to have Brooke's skill, and all
Look,
of a sudden
I'm telling you,
you're just missing an arm, and she puts her arm on you, and then she attacks you with her arm that's your arm. Oh yeah.
I'm just saying, if Robin's gonna learn any martial arts, it should be the six paths because finger pistol is busted.
Um, I would agree. Hey, but wouldn't it be funny if Robin took someone's arm off, then she put her arm on them, and then she did the sister and brother thing, why are you hitting yourself, and started punching them in the face?
Look, it would be funny if Robin wanted to be like a fucking pugilist boxer and liked fighting. Her fruit is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is crazy. Robin could be an amazing boxer. How many arms can you box with Robin? Um,
But
oh,
she's more of a
Bellamy.
grappler. That's the only time she really does. The only thing she really does in combat is grappling.
No, I thought it was grappling, and then you made me watch the G8, and she snapped everybody's necks.
That's a type of
I didn't,
grappling.
I didn't know we were neck snapping because I'd never heard things out loud, and all of a sudden, necks were popping off everywhere we went.
Yeah, that I mean,
It
she's
was
been
a
doing that the whole time.
it was a lot for me. I'm not gonna lie. Finding out that the anime had Robin popping necks off was a bit of a
I mean,
shock.
they just added a noise to the move she was doing in the manga.
Yeah, but in the manga, it made it look like she was just kind of doing one of those sleeper holds. Sleeper hold. The time for sleep is now. Kind of like, chloroform.
I don't like chloroform.
The time for sleep is now. Except
It's
for with her arms. But then it turned out she was like, do, snap. No, Cedric,
much.
you need your spine. I don't know if
Usually,
you know this. We've been keeping this shit on the DL, but it turns out you need your spine.
people can recover from a broken spine. Most of those Marines can probably walk again.
Jesus God.
Most of them.
I love Bellamy in this entire arc. But you know what I really
There's
love?
so much pathos to him. What do you
I
really love?
really love my beautiful loofers on top of his little bowl.
Ushi!
He's so moo. I don't know if anyone knows this here, so I just want to put it out there. Guys,
Yeah.
I've tried to keep this on the DL because
Yeah, it's not known.
it's not known and it's a big deal to me, but I really like animals.
Oh,
And so
crazy.
when Lucy, who is Lucy, is on top of the little bowl and he is like riding
Lucy.
it around, Moosey and Lucy, and then they go running into the guy and sticks his amazing little horns into his ankles. Oh, it's so good. Oh, Moosey.
Someone also said that they love Robin's outfit, and we agree that this is like this Robin outfit kills.
This
This
is
my
peak
favorite.
Robin. This is peak Robin.
The
She is
flapper hat and
Robining high.
aviators, incredible.
You're that person in D&D. Momo, where have you been? You know I've got an issue with animals. I'm always on the side of the animal.
That's
I
true.
want her hat. Her hat is
that
bomber.
flapper hat is so good. I
With
love
her
it.
aviator glasses. Shut up. Say less. Too hot for her own good. Lucy's done it again. And then I found out later that the bull got put into the medical unit. But then the medical unit turns out to not be so medically and a little more turn into a toy. Which
It's
is
a little bit more of a turn into a toy unit.
It's less good.
It's not
We
medicine.
had to talk, Cora, and we decided that the flapper hat, mini dress, aviator combo wins over the cowboy outfit.
The cowboy hat's great. I know you all love it. It's great. Have y'all seen Robin in the flapper hat and the mini dress? It's crazy. It's so good.
Unimpressed Planet, did you just really say that? That's amazing. Less urgent care and more Build-A-Bear?
That's really fucking funny. Holy shit, that's good. That's so good. You know when a joke is so good that your appreciation for it is stronger than the comedy and you just like don't laugh, you're just like, holy fuck. Yes.
That's exactly. I looked up and was like, less
what?
urgent care and more Build-A-Bear?
That's so good.
I'm not laughing. That's too good, man. You need a high five. At the minimum.
Oh, man.
I'm not, you know what? It's funny. I guess normal humans, I don't know a lot of normal humans, but people who claim to be normal might really like to spend a lot of time talking about all the fights that take place inside of the ring. And the fights are great, and I love them.
They're great.
Wait, I'm not done. Yeah. I love the fights and I love the moves, but there's only so much you can talk about. Like, okay, yeah, and then he punched him. Then there was more punching.
Like I think we can talk about the winners because there's the winners are interesting.
I really, though, do want to talk about the grandpa when Luffy gives him his big punch and pops his head back out so that he's able to get his treasure later on. Not that it matters since right now he's turning into a toy soon from all accounts and purposes. But in the future, if he gets out of there.
If he stops being a toy at some point.
I know you have him crucified in your room. You sent me a picture. You don't have to feel bad, Cricket, about sending me your strange love for...
Can we not talk about the body horror of the jacket fruit?
Ugh. No.
Yeah.
How about no?
Also, the fucking city of Dressrosa should consider itself lucky that Bardo was there because without a barrier fruit there, the King Punch was about to annihilate a city block.
Yeah, I love how the person there was like, the only reason that we're all not destroyed is because the barrier was there. And everybody is like, oh, this guy is improper and blah, 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 and urinating off into the thing.
He almost murdered the city.
No, they're saying that Bardo is
Oh,
improper,
Bardo.
and
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
like,
they're
he saved your
disliking him.
ass.
You are
Bardo,
alive by this man's good grace.
if it wasn't for him, you would be toasteroonie.
I've
You're
been
welcome,
DM'd. It's hard to
biatch. Yeah. So I was like, put some respect on that name. Okay, who's our first
Oh,
winner
permission
in
granted, Kaido. I didn't see that earlier.
what? What?
Oh, apparently the attack that Brook does is a special attack from the nation he served in the military of. And he renamed it when he became a pirate, but it is from his military days.
Oh, I like that. I love that Bardo was in Town. I thought that was absolutely amazing.
It also
And
means he's one of the only pirates from the East Blue we've met.
yeah, and it also means that he understands how big it was when Luffy stood up there and laughed in the same way as Roger did.
He's a Logtown citizen. He's a civilian in Logtown, so he knew the rumors and the myth.
Exactly. And so he actually understood how impactful that was and why it mattered. And I thought that was pretty cool. That then from that moment on, he decides that he loves Luffy and has all this respect for Luffy and then starts to follow the Straw Hats for this whole time. Like, come on, that was amazing. Luffy got saved. Mama and Bardo. Oh my God, it's an act of God. Luffy got saved.
But, ooh, an act of God, you say?
Yeah, it's an act of God, all right. It's an act of God.
I feel like there's some more thematics we weren't. How do you feel about the theory I immediately thought up that it turns out I wasn't alone in and everyone else did the week we first saw him here? That our friend Jesus Burgess, that sack is full of different types of fruit to murder devil fruit users and hope that you have the right fruit on hand. It's a theory.
Yeah, when you told me that idea, I was like, first of all, genius. And second of all, wow, that's evil. That's
because,
new
like,
evil.
The Blackbeard pirates have been hunting fruit, and if they needed Blackbeard to do it, then Burgess wouldn't be on his own. Like, he'd be with Blackbeard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a wise choice though. I'm sorry, I was looking at Paladin Berserker's thing about how he was a major gang leader with 100 towns. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, when you gave me that theory, I was like, yeah, that actually makes sense. You carry around, but you would have to replenish it all the time because if you're talking about fruit, I think it also matters like how good the fruit is. You couldn't just have like a rotten fucking mango and then be like, what? Why is this not working?
The soil doesn't turn into devil fruit. There's a point of rot where it's no longer a fruit.
Exactly. And so you would have to be constantly replenishing and hoping that you were in an area where you could make new good fruit. So it's a difficult thing to do and it would require constant work, but still smart. Smart as shit, just challenging.
I do love also that you were pointing out that makes the Blackbeard special, the thing that they're doing, their big strategy, a bag of fruits. All right, everybody, get out there, grab your bag of fruits, kill some devil fruit users, get to it.
A bag of fruits. You know who scares me is Shark Slicer Bastille. Every time I see him, the Vice Admiral, I'm like, you scare me. You remind me of, what's that dude's name with the mask? Well, it kind of looks like the Halloween guy because it almost looks like a hockey mask, but
a little bit.
Yeah, not fan. Not fan at all. And I also like that we put Usopp in a place that has all these big plants. I hope he can replenish. Maybe he can do some hybrid things. And here's what it made me ask a question about hockey where, and I know that people are like, why does Mama want to talk about hockey again? Mama's obsessed with hockey, that's why. I started to wonder if you could layer the effects of different types of hockey. If like Sanji could put his hockey onto something and then Luffy could put his hockey over it so that first maybe it has like the ability to be shielded and then release something underneath. You know what I mean? So the first layer of haki shields it from anything getting at it, and then it goes through people, and then once it goes in, it releases the observation or the other type of haki underneath. And I also started to wonder if they can actually, instead of just being layered separately, if they can be mixed. I just have thoughts and wonders about that.
You do have a lot of thoughts about hockey.
Yeah, as this person pointed out, I am Canadian.
Yeah, the Straw Hats have fruits growing on their boat. It's actually been a popular theory in the community for a while that at some point a devil fruit user would die and it was reincarnated. I can tell you, this is where I caught up, right? Was chapter 700, the beginning of Dressrosa. Everyone was convinced at the beginning of Dressrosa that we were going to, right after Punk Hazard, have Nami discover Monet's fruit on her tangerine tree. That was a really popular theory.
That'd be cool.
The problem is, of course, that they were on the far side of the island, and like we have proof that was fruit all over Punk Hazard. So like very, very, very likely it just reincarnated in one of the fruits sitting around on Punk Hazard. Like more than likely.
But isn't it a cool idea? This idea that like the Straw Hats could be somewhere, and because also Usopp has different things that are growing because
I think it's going to come up. I don't think we would have been carrying around fruit trees for this long of a series.
Well,
and
also,
then introduce
so
the
is
idea of
Usopp
it
now.
reincarnating as fruit without a reason.
Yeah. And Usopp is also carrying fruit and plant life now because everybody was so freaked out about Usopp running out of seeds and shit that he had to tell everybody what was happening in SBS when he was just going to use it in an arc. And they were like, yeah, no, he has an area. He grows shit. Didn't you love the little guy's methods of travel and the foxes and Robin and Usopp getting to ride in on the foxes? So good. The whole thing is beautiful. Whenever we go down with our little guys, I'm always like, oh, yay, because they're way cuter and everything is bright and fun down there.
I'm 100% convinced that a fruit is going to reincarnate on Nami's trees. Like, it just feels like too good of a thing not to happen when we've been carrying around fruit trees with us for this long.
Well, honestly, it's Chekhov's gun. You can't be sailing around the ocean with fruit trees, knowing that when somebody dies, it reincarnates into a fruit, and you're putting yourself in the center of how many different battles and how many people dying, and you never have a fruit turn into a devil fruit. That feels like bringing a gun onto stage and not using it. It's Chekhov's gun. It needs to happen. Come on, Oda. Come on.
I have looked it up, and the fruit that I am theorizing that I cannot yet theorize about looks a really fucking lot like an orange. The fruit that I think is going to reincarnate on the ship looks a lot like an orange looking at it in the manga right now. I can't explain why, because the reason I think so is in the current arc. But
Luffy dies and his fruit reincarnates on those trees. You are a
shit,
bad
if they do that at the end of the series, the gum fruit does look a little, I mean, it's round, but like, look, the fruit I'm looking at right now looks more like a tangerine than Luffy's. But if they did that, that would be so devastating. Holy fuck. If Luffy dies and is reincarnated on the tree,
1,000 years.
Oh my god, that could be what look, I'm certain he's gonna use it. I feel sure about it, but if he uses it like that, I'll be heartbroken. The gum does look like a cantaloupe. That is what I feel like. The fruit I'm looking at right now is very tangerine shaped.
Oh my god, they better not do that. No, Oda. No. Bad.
Oh, that's bigger than a tangerine though, so probably not. I'm probably wrong, but if I'm right, I'm right.
Somebody's dog is having a spaz. It's mine. It's so warm here today.
Yeah?
Okay.
What do we have left? We got about an hour left to discuss, but like, I think we got through most of the
still have a
thematics we want
book,
to talk
man.
about, right? You still have a book? Let's move on. Let's get through it. Let's do it. Yeah, it does change the colors. We saw an apple turn blue. It changes the colors.
I had to go to the door because my dogs convinced me someone was trying to murder me.
I'm not telling you what fruit I think is coming up on. I'm not telling y'all, but I think there's a fruit gonna reincarnate on the ship after the current arc of the manga.
I barely have met Trouble. I can't talk about Trouble. All I
But what
saw is a
about
piece of snot drip on someone.
he got that bay hey hey, Sophie.
No. Ew.
That
You
was
know, it was
terrible.
another moment when we're talking about leadership and stuff, something that I wanted to talk about, um, by the way, I hate Cavendish. I'm just
You hate
that's on the side.
Cavendish. We hate cabbage, huh?
I hate him. I would like him more if he was a girl.
What? Men aren't allowed to be pretty and care about their looks? I'm sorry.
No, that's not why.
Kind of sexist.
No, it's not why. I just think a girl in that outfit would be like epic.
He's a femboy. Let him be a femboy.
No, he can be a femboy. Trust me when I tell you. Oscar Wilde, 300% one of my favorite dudes ever. Super,
All
super
right.
femboy.
Oh, we're in
This
the ad
dude,
now.
no, do not like him. But I would love to see a woman in that outfit.
It's kind of an outfit. It's kind of a fit. It's kind of a look.
Anyways, it's not because of the outfit. It's not because of the femme. It's not because of any of that. I just hate his personality. It's a shitty personality.
Look, he's just
Shitty?
very sad that he's not popular anymore.
Yeah, exactly. That's a shitty way to be. Like, oh, I'm sorry that everyone doesn't love you. Sometimes you're not loved.
But did you think
You'll
about
get
the fact
over
that
it.
he used to be really popular?
But did you think about the fact that 10 minutes of fame is just a thing?
It's his backstory's so tragic. He used to be really popular and now he's not.
Oh shit, my bad. I didn't know it was so tragic.
It's so hard to be popular and then not be popular.
No, I hate him. He sucks. Cavendish sucks, then he sucks some more. And Rebecca, I love. And I hate watching Rebecca out here while people scream, God, Rebecca. And then Cavendish does that great little thing about Rebecca, and then you realize, no, it's only some people like Cavendish. And I'm like, you know
No,
what,
you're
Cavendish,
going a bit robot-y right
shove it
now.
up your butt.
You're a little bit robot. You're very robot.
You're very robot.
You might need to hang up and jump back in because this is the worst robot it's been in a while. That's incredibly robot.
Incredibly robotic.
It's getting worse. Technical difficulties will be here.
Can you hear me now?
Little robot-y. It does sound like anime Regigigas. Hopefully we figured this out.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect. Brilliant. Wonderful.
We'll see. Oh yeah, I remember. So when we were talking earlier about leadership and the decisions to do different things and the trust that people have, the Straw Hats were going through a living hell out in the boat. And rather than caring about that, Law was just like, no, you need to get here. I'm not going to deal with your issues or even listen to them because I'm in bad issues. Whereas what Law should have found out is, no, we're in no position to help you. We're art currently. Like we as pictures can't come and save you. And so then I wanted to juxtaposition that off to what happened with Luffy and Frankie. So Luffy is like, we can't get involved in that fight, Frankie, with the little guys, because we have all these different things going. We're trying to attack him in this way. We promised we would do this. And then they're like, well, A, we've been led astray. But more importantly, Luffy, these people have spent all of this time doing all this work so that they can fight against Doflamingo, who has absolutely decimated their people and has put them in a difficult position for hundreds of years. And they're fighting against this man now. And there's no way that I can leave them. And Luffy, as a real leader, stops and goes, okay, I trust you. Go ahead with that. And boom, they go off in that direction. And you know that Luffy will follow them and that Luffy has that pivoting ability, but he also listens to the people within his group, which is a very different type of leadership. And Luffy and Frankie knew that they could have that. And so they had a couple of really important moments here. And Frankie in this arc was used as a way of doing quick check-ins with Luffy's leadership so that we could be reminded of who Luffy was in his leadership, and then juxtapose that against the other types of leaderships that we were seeing. The way that as poor Bellamy is coming to assassinate Luffy and is going through a struggle, that secondary person has been sent in to assassinate Bellamy and then take Luffy out. And you can just see like this incredible juxtaposition between being a full control freak who everybody has to worship and do exactly what you say, and then the type of leader who is like, we need to give space and time to each of the people within our group and remember that each one of them have their own ideas, needs, hopes, wishes, and values. Because there was no way with Frankie being the person that he is that he could ever leave them in a worse position than he met them or derail plans that they've been in. He's like, how can we call ourselves the good guys if we're going to do this thing that's going to create so much bad? And I just thought that it was an amazing check-in on Luffy's leadership. And then also a check-in on all of the different straw hats, because we got to see almost every one of the straw hats, well, sections of straw hats take on the work of leadership, which was...
Before we
Yeah.
move on, I just want to touch on something that connects to that you mentioned last episode, because you mentioned that Chopper and Nami refused to move on, even though Luffy was telling them we need to stick to the plan, because they said, how can we call ourselves the good guy if we don't help these kids? Luffy at every point is saying, even if we have a plan, if my crew can't look themselves in the mirror with the actions I'm telling them to do, I won't be happy. If they think they need to do something to be a good person, they are always allowed to do it. And we're seeing that tested. Luffy's leadership, I think, isn't being tested. It's being exemplified because these decisions aren't hard for him. He makes the right decision easily every time, which is why this arc is about choosing your leader, not about being a leader.
Exactly. And so when, for instance, Big Mama's ship shows up and they're like, hey, Luffy, Big Mama's ship is here. What does Luffy say? Okay, well, I trust you to take care of that. Just get to the next place. And they're like, okay. It's not like,
can we say,
here's all the things you're going to do and here's what it's going to look like.
I need you to remember how big the Sunny is for a second. The Queen Mama Chanter is fucked. The Queen Mama Chanter is too big.
I just couldn't even. I had no idea. That thing is insane.
Holy fuck. It's intimidating how big Big Mom's flagship is. Also, Luffy pissed her off enough that she sent the fucking flagship after him.
And it's so pretty.
It dwarfs Brooks' ship. It's Laboon big. It's so big. It's so big. How big is it compared to Thriller Bark? I love the Queen Mama Chanter. It's so over-designed and all over the place. Big Mom's Jolly Roger, by the way, is awful. It's way too over-designed, but
that was no good.
And it's singing. I love the Queen Mama Chanter here. It's so scary to have it show up. Like, oh, okay, cool.
Is Dillinger, by the way, a boy or a girl?
Dillinger is a boy.
So Dillinger is
a young boy, like a teenager.
He is actually a young boy?
Yes.
Because
another femboy,
when I said that popular thing in our phone call, I think it's time for us to kill children, you told me that what's-her-face is not a child. She just looks 8, but she's actually like 30.
Yeah, Sugar's like 30. Which again, I need to say this. I know I told you this to you. I need to say this again on stream. It's such a trope in anime to have the bullshit thing of like, I may look like a child, but I'm 3,000. And I love the idea of Sugar being like, I may look like a child, but I'm wise beyond my years. I'm actually far older. And they're like, how old are you? And she's like, 30. Like, that's such a funny fucking answer. Like, she's not an ancient being who is ageless. She's like, yeah, I'm like, oh, she's 22? Yeah, I'm like 20.
Oh my God.
I'm 20. I'm 22.
Looks 8, but is only 22. That's ridiculously
so fucking funny. That's so
I am wise beyond my years. I am like Buddha. I'm ethereal and timeless. How old are you? 22, dude.
What? But I am timeless. I don't age. But you're only
So Dillinger
I caught you pretty early into the not aging thing.
So the question I was going to ask about Dillinger is those horns are real. They're under the hat. They're not just part of the hat.
Those are Dillinger's horns. I
kind of like those horns. Those horns are good. But I'm really sad for this part. Oh, eek, there you are, Bellamy. Did you make the hit already? Oh, not yet. Dillinger, what do you want? Well, it figured that it figures that you'd screw up an assassination. Plus, you're Oasis space, so I'm supposed to finish you off. Or so says young master. Oops, I wasn't supposed to say that part. You know what, Dillinger? I stand behind the statement I made earlier about the Don Quixote family. It's time to kill children.
It's time to kill children. Sugar, not a child. Dellinger, child, time to kill children.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're on the time to kill children time. Dillinger is a horny teenager. Okay, Twisted Minder.
No, I mean, technically accurate, but don't say
Freaking
it.
hilarious. But don't worry, Twisted Minder. It's time to kill that kid.
What I love about Dellinger is that he sucks.
Okay, here's the thing. Mama, I know I'm a teacher. We shouldn't talk about it, but did you meet Dillinger? Come on, Kaito. Dillinger. Okay, here's the place that I was looking for. I think I understand Traffy's plans. We bust the factory and leave Doflamingo intact so we can use him. But what happens to the people who are trying to overthrow Doflamingo today? Does it really suit us better to let Doflamingo win? I don't care what you say, Luffy. I'm going to do this. There is a deep, deep darkness beneath this fun little country. This brave and tiny army stands bold and tall against a great shadowy enemy. And I can't abandon them to defeat. And then Sanji goes, let's turn back then. What? I mean, I knew this was coming, but still. Well, give him your worst, says Luffy. We'll be right there. Thanks, pal, says Frankie. That is such great leadership. That was a beautiful time.
What does your leader give you? What does the person you put faith in give you? Doflamingo betrays Bellamy. He only gives any care to the people in his tightest circle, and everyone else is entirely disposable, if not contempted. What does Luffy give Frankie? Everything. He gives him as much trust as he expects in return. He listens to Frankie say, I need to help them, and Luffy knows it disrupts their plan and makes things harder, but he needs his crew to get to do what they think is right. That's so
that's why this was so
powerful.
Cool, because he really used it as foil, because he put the whole thing with Dillinger and his horns right beside the thing with Luffy and Frankie talking about the darkness and the bravery of this little army. And so it was the perfect thing to show us what it looked like when you actually paid attention to your people and care about them. And I was so grateful for that juxtaposition. God damn, Big Mama's ship is big. Like what
absurd.
Even? It's just insane.
Big Mom makes such an impression. This is actually something I love about post-time skip era of One Piece. The emperors, specifically Big Mom and Blackbeard, have presence everywhere. They are their tendrils are everywhere.
Tendrils, actually, that's what I was about to say.
Yeah, Kaido too, because we see Kaido's presence in that Dressrosa and Punk Hazard are factories for him. They are weapon manufacturing plants for him. Blackbeard, Big Mom, and Kaido are everywhere in presence. They are controlling the world in the second half of the Grand Line, and we can feel them even though they're not anywhere. The Devil Fruit Hunters of Blackbeard, the military force of Big Mom, and the weapons production of Kaido are all over here, except Shanks, who we don't really see. But Shanks's presence is always in like this himself. Like he himself stopped Kaido from coming to the war. He himself stopped the war. He himself
Shanks
is the one showing up doing things.
Like I know I can't ask it, but I keep wondering, like, what the shit? Does he have an armada? Does he have other groups? Is it just the one little thing we see? Like
it's so perplexing.
How are you as powerful as you are
present?
Without more red hair, Shanks? Like there's got to be more going on there. I don't know. And I loved what happened with when they get there with Cesar being like, holy shit, save me. You can't let Big Mama get her hands on me. Listen, between you and me, I built her out of some research funds because he's now, once again, going to be a really good resource to trade with. Hey, you see how we mouthed you off? Well, we got Cesar. Could we just trade Cesar for all of this?
It turns out Caesar has been working for Kaido, Big Mom, separately Dofi, his own weapons production, the world government. Caesar just is science for hire.
Yeah, exactly. And I like how they say, "Okay, we're gonna split up. You've got this Big Mom problem. I trust you to deal with it. We've got this problem. What's the next island? Is it Zhao? Is that how we pronounce it?
I think Zoe was the most common one last time.
Zhao. We've got
Everybody
this.
said a different one, but that one was more
Where
common.
are we going next? Zoe? Okay, well, we're gonna take down Doflamingo. That should be easy. You're gonna get rid of Big Mom. That should be easy, right? What is that gonna take? 20, 30 minutes max? And we'll meet up in Zoe.
Yeah. Hey, for what it's worth,
You're frozen right now in a
I'm
hilarious
frozen. What?
position where
I'm not
it looks
frozen.
like you're doing a model moment for me.
I'm looking at I'm looking at this. I'm not frozen. Am I
I'm
frozen
just
over
telling you,
here?
for me, you're frozen and it's hilarious because
I'm
you've
not
got
frozen on
one
my
hand up
end.
behind your head.
we got that. We got that emote.
Hype train. What? When did we get a hype train going?
We have a hype
Come
train.
on,
I don't
ride
see a
the
hype
train.
train.
Woo, woo. You know what?
Not frozen.
I
Not
need
frozen.
new. I need a new train song.
I don't think we have a hype train. I think you're frozen at the very beginning of the stream.
What are you talking about? It says level 3 hype train. The
I don't see
people
a
aren't
level 3
frozen. The
hype train.
people are talking for me. It's just you that is frozen.
Dude, I don't know what's up with your situation. I think maybe you were frozen at the beginning of the stream. I don't see no hype train.
It's not at the beginning of the stream because I can see the dude and the P. Hey, you know what? The P is not enough P.
You let me do my
That's
thing.
the boy.
Okay?
Are you trying to say that he has prostate issues?
You let me do my thing.
Prostate issues. The problem with prostate issues is that you're prostrated. Oh, you're unfrozen for me. I'm getting to see that. That song was just for you, Unimpressed
Okay.
Planet. I hope you enjoyed it. His pissing needs hockey.
Look, we'll get there. Fine. We'll give it. Oh, I don't love putting the shine on it, but you know what? We should.
Shine on the P. Shine on the P. Oh, that's beautiful. You know what I really like about that?
Huh?
I can tell that he's peeing now.
Uh-huh.
Oh, this angle is good.
Look, sometimes we
Thank
just do
you,
things.
Eldraz Outlaw.
Make sure we talk about the King Riku flashbacks. Yeah, what happened? I forget the order of all the flashbacks in this arc.
Okay,
Spoiler,
well,
there's more
the
than one
flashback
flashbacks.
is long and painful, but let me give it to you in a
Yeah, give me the
simple,
abridged version
simple
of what
way.
we've got. Tell me what up.
I'll give you the DL of it. He's seeping in his room, and somebody in a flamingo coat comes flippity flopping off to his windowsill and is like, "Here's the deal, broham. If I'm the old royalty before we were moved into being dragons. I'm the one who used to rule here, my family line. I've decided to take it over." Dude's like, "I don't think so, biatch." And he goes, "Yep. But you know, King, I'll sell you this kingdom and you can keep it for 10 million berries." And then the king's like, "Do you think I have 10 million berries just sitting inside of my ass?" And then Doflamingo is like, "I don't really give two rats' tails. What you got?" And then the king is like, "Well, shit. I guess 10 billion berries are important. So I'm gonna ask you to go and get money from everyone." And all the soldiers do, and you can't tell them why. And then the king comes on a TV and is like, "I'm so sorry. I realize this quest is so unfair. You must doubt your very ears. I can just beg." And then he prostrates himself in front of them on TV, and everyone's like, "Don't do that." And then everyone is like, "Oh my God, he prostrated himself on TV in front of us." It's like a prostrate, but different. It's because you can see your
10 billion,
prostrate.
yeah.
That's why they call it that.
It's
That's
10
why they
billion,
call
yeah.
that. And then everyone's like, "Here you go, King of Kings. You're the killer. Woo! We love you. You're great." And then while he's being loved and he's great, then Doflamingo says, "You know what power I have? Puppet Master." And then he puppet masters the king to go about cutting people down and mutilating them and burning and killing all through the towns. And then everyone says to themselves, and the king is screaming, "Why are you doing this to us?" And then he's like, "Ha ha 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 ha, I am Dofi, MFer." And then Dofi's family comes walking in behind him like, "We are sick and ugly freaks." And then the king is like, no, and all the people are like, I can't believe you were doing this, and we loved you. And now they hate the king, and they hate the king's whole family. You promised not to murder your family. I'll follow your orders, says the baby. And then Dofia is like, yeah, okay, I really like your power, so I'm in, biatch. And then the king runs away and goes into hiding. And this poor little girl has to stand there being like, I'm so sad. That's Violet, just in case you're wondering.
Okay.
And then Violet becomes one of the family officers. And what's very sad about that is she has this ability to have sight where she can see through anything. And now everybody hates the king, and everybody hates Rebecca, who's related to the king. Aww.
You just made me realize something that goes back to the political discussion we had earlier.
Okay, go ahead.
And this ties back into why he starts with an allegory to Shay. All right. Okay, hear me out on this.
Okay.
People who argue for anarchism as a system will often bring up that around the time of things going fucky in Spain, there was an anarchist movement that was pretty successful, and all reports seem to indicate that the quality of life within the anarchist regions of Spain was really, really high, whereas the fascist regions were pretty fucking bad. Like, overall, not good, but there was this cult of personality around Franco, and people were loyal at the very least. He had control and power. And the argument that a lot of people who believe in militant revolutionary violence have is you don't actually offer a good society if you are incapable of protecting and preserving the goodness you offer. That is an argument that people who believe in violent revolution as a moral necessity tend to use. Anarchy isn't a form of government, you're right, but either way, a common argument that people who believe in revolution use when talking about the need of violence to protect is that if you can't protect the society you offer, you didn't offer it to begin with. And I think that is represented really well here with King Riku. Juxtaposed to a Franco-esque figure, we have a figure who gave his people a peaceful and good life. Yeah, no, the anarchism isn't the purge. Sorry, a lot of people hear anarchism and they think it's everybody going around doing whatever they want. The anarchistic regions of Spain were very peaceful. They were collaborative. It was people working together, communal living. Things were generally very good, but they couldn't protect it. They got steamrolled. They got entirely defeated. Like, there was no chance of self-preservation of that society. And I think it's a really functional argument to say, if you don't have the military power to maintain your society, you didn't offer your society. And King Riku is in that position. And I think it's not a mistake that he's being juxtaposed to Don Quixote Doflamingo, where objectively one of these men is evil and one is good, but the good one didn't actually manage to protect the quality of life he was offering. It was taken away and he couldn't stop it.
Yeah, that makes even more sense why he would use the whole piece on Shay in the beginning. It totally helps to tie in all those threads.
That's my read on it. And I think it makes a lot of sense to me with how I've seen political discourse around the subject. Now, granted, I haven't done enough studying into the anarchist movement in pre-fascist Spain myself. It's a lot more complicated than my summary. If you want to know about it, educate yourself. But I do think this is intentional. Like, if this was something I thought about ahead of time, I would have done research, but I just connected dots right now listening to you talk about the Riku flashback.
And I only spent a little bit of time when I went to the Basque region of Spain doing a little bit of research and getting in on there, but not enough.
Yeah, I think this is intentional. I think that is meant to be Riku's failure, is that he's a good man who couldn't protect his own goodness.
I would absolutely agree with you. And I love that idea of a weakness being a good person with good ideas and the right hope for the future, but you just didn't cover your ass enough to be protected. It reminds me of something else. What is it? Canada.
Oh, they had a standing army, but the standing army wasn't powerful enough. Doflamingo took the country by force very easily.
Yes, like Canada.
Yeah, we have a standing army.
Yeah.
It is not enough to protect ourselves.
Then again, I don't know if you know this, they had to make a lot of very specific Geneva Convention rules because of the shit we were able to do. So
Yeah, Canada loves war crimes. We're
we
big
like
fans
to
of
pop
committing
off
war
in the
crimes.
war crime division.
If
So if we get pushed against this again, I really would
the
caution you not to piss Canada
the
off.
biggest way Canada avoids war crime charges is by inventing new war crimes and
New
getting them
war
in
crimes
before
that
people
haven't been
put them
made
in the
war
rules.
crimey
Yeah,
yet.
yeah. No, I don't mean America's hat. I mean America's military research base. That's Canada.
Yeah, that's Canada. Blame Canada. Here we go.
We're not the Caesar. Oh, we kind of are the Caesar clown country. Holy shit. We live off the
Holy
protection
shit,
of a
we are
stronger
because
country and we sell
rip
the
off
weapons.
things. Yep.
Oh, fuck. We're Caesar clown. No.
Oh.
That's
I'm
terrible.
not
I
gonna
hate that there's an argument.
I'm not even gonna think about that anymore. You shut up. We'll think about that next time. Okay. So just when you were like, I don't know if I can like this.
No.
What?
We can't move on because someone just said no one wants to conquer snow. Everyone
Bullshit.
wants to conquer Canada. We have more natural resources than any country. The only reason we aren't invaded is because our foreign policy is, ooh, woo, we're just a little guy and everyone would be mad if anyone attacked us. We have everything.
Yeah.
We have it all. We have all the
What
water.
do we have? That's a great question.
We don't have that much oil. We don't have much oil. We have so
have-
much water, so many
We have
minerals.
a lot of oil.
No, we don't. Our oil's not very good. The U.S. has way better oil than we do.
Oil is just fine, thank you. It
The
sucks,
U.S. has more oil
but
than
so
us,
does
and
a
it's
lot of
better
things.
quality.
We also have other things like
lumber, fresh water, diamonds,
natural gas, all the
gold.
fresh water, food, tons of diamonds, lots more gold than you. We're Canada. We have all the goddamn resources. Why do you think people came here?
People do want to invade. They can't because we're the U.S.'s buddy, and the U.S. can't invade because people will get mad at them and sanction them.
The rest of the world, we're Commonwealth. The rest of the world would be like, why are you beating up Canada, asshats?
Yeah, they would cost them more money in trade losses than they'd gain in resources.
Yeah. If you started picking on Canada, the rest of the world would be like, I don't think so. You are now going to have no trade with anyone. That's Canada.
Yeah. Now, that's not to say that nobody's ever going to invade Canada, because people make bad choices all the time.
Yeah. Also, we have Santa Claus.
Who's Santa Claus? He's defending us. No,
where do you send it? You send your letters to Santa Claus to frickin' Canada. Also, not very much of us is snowy. It's funny that when you're not from Canada, like when my friend worked at the border, how many people would come up in like August and be like, I'm going skiing. And they'd be like, where?
Where?
And they'd be like,
fucking
Whistler.
August. No.
She would be like, enjoy. It's 28 degrees there. Oh, Americans don't know what that means. Hot.
Yeah. Yeah. No. We can move on, but people should know. People do want to organize Canada. Yeah, we have a properly organized lumber system. Our logging road networks are comprehensive.
Hey, United States, you know what happened the last time you tried to get all up in our arms? You got yourself a White House because we burned it. And then you needed to paint it white.
Y'all want a new color building? Come at us. Look,
and you're like, shit. Look, shit, this thing has been burnt. We're going to need to whitewash it.
Canada would 100% lose a war with the U.S. at this point. It's literally impossible that we'd win, but we would burn down the White House before we went down.
Burn your shit down so hard.
We would find a way to burn down the White House. It would have to happen. Like, you can say it's a British W and not a Canada, but what was the British colony at the time called? Upper Canada.
Yeah.
I rest
Upper
my case.
Canada, biatch.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Canadians. They're just a war crime waiting to happen. Here we go.
We'll burn down that house.
Oh my God, we need to sing it. Burning down the house.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. Freaking Canadians.
You'd burn it down before Canada gets it so that you get the W? You might. We're on our way. We have a bunch of spies ready with thermite bombs and we just see it go up in flames and like, did someone go early? Fuck, they got us. Shit, we can't do the one thing we were gonna do.
Finally, someone made a perfect joke. The summers are burning Canada just fine already. Oh!
Yeah, you got us. We're good
Not
at that.
A lie.
We have a smoke season in the Pacific Northwest now.
We no longer have summer. We have smoke.
Yeah. All right, we're ready.
amazing.
We're ready to move on.
Talk about a burn. Amazing.
Oh my god!
Oh,
It just
I'm not
flagged
there,
someone.
man.
No,
What do
no,
you mean you're surprised I haven't talked
it
about
just
731? I'm
it just
trying to.
we're
We
getting
just
there.
haven't got there.
It flagged someone for hate speech because they were saying burn down the White House, and it said burn the whites.
Oh my god. No.
It recognized that part of the sentence and was like, hey, this is hate speech.
Okay. I'm in 731, people. Let me do 731.
That's so funny though.
Put the Proud Boys by the border and we'll all become war criminals. Here we go. Are we ready? Can I do 731?
You can do 731.
Thank you. Okay, we've got that little lad who I don't like. And this is when I liked our new dude a lot, even though he's bitey, and I know it's a Japanese joke. Don't come at me. I already know that. But I liked our bitey little dude a lot. I thought he was okay, but I thought he was freaking amazing when he protected poor little Bellamy. And then he said, protect the house of the toys, da 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 da. Just you wait and see. You won't be leaving Dressrosa alive. Mark my words. Okay, go on, you snot-nosed punk. Diamante, are those orders true? Did Doflamingo really command you to do this? To kill me? If I win the tournament, you'll make me an officer of the family. So show me what you can do. I'm expecting big things. And then he says, gonna take you to the medical room. Don't get involved with me. I've lost my reason to live. Besides, what purpose would you have in saving me? We only stood in the ring a few minutes ago. And he said, exactly. 2 men in the ring, trading fists. That makes us comrades in battle. I may be rotten, but I don't abandon a pal in need. Who does that sound like? Who does that sound like?
Luffy has inspired this man
so much. He will not abandon a friend. We fought together. Now we're friends. And I will not abandon a friend. Once you're my friend, you're my friend. And now I will protect you no matter what. As soon as I heard that, I was like, oh my God, you have been deeply Luffyized, and I'm here for it.
We just said all that in ads, whatever. We're not saying it again.
Oh. We aren't hearing. Oh, stop talking. Stop talking. I mean,
the ads are over in like 5 seconds. But guys. Sorry, let's keep going.
I'm gonna give a fastest overview. Are we out?
Yeah.
All I said is that it was very, very clear that our bitey boy was massively influenced by Luffy, since he told poor Bellamy that he's a friend now because they stood in the ring. And once you've stood in the ring together trading fists, it makes you comrade battles. And he may be rotten, but he wouldn't abandon a pal in need. So he's totally basically Luffy's like poster child now. So right away, that was freaking amazing. Then we find out about the whole beneath the country, unbeknownst to all, is an enormous subterranean world. But what does SOP mean? There's a trading port for carrying out black market, da 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 da. So the fact that it's taking place beneath the country and is fully economically controlled only by Doflamingo and his family was another one of those times when I was like, that's exactly what we were talking about within the leadership. And one of the reasons that both Cesar, that we had trouble with Cesar, I'm just going over here, sorry. Because Cesar did an overextension of power and started to stretch his resources too thin, but he also started to have people start to believe that he had too much power and he had too much control over the economy, just like Franco. And Franco had an economic policy that was self-protectionism and fed his family and his regime, and implemented economic liberalization only for him and his people. And that reminds me of Dofi, who's taking all the money in for himself and has a hidden black market running underneath his own country and is managing to pull everything together under there without the majority of the people knowing. On top of that, he gets himself an incredible workforce by turning them into toys. They still act, think, and behave as if they were human, but the people that they belong to no longer know that they're there. So it's just a different type of slavery. So Dofi has a way of making people slaves because now they're not remembered. They have nowhere to go. They're not allowed to be in the same home as people who are human. So Dofi found a way of creating open air slaves. He doesn't have to buy them. He doesn't have to bind them. He doesn't have to find a place to put them. But in order to make sure that he can't have any conversations with anyone so that they can prove that they're slaves or that they used to be people, is by making it so they're not allowed to hang out with them. They're not allowed to have true and real relationships or be alone in a home. So he creates up barriers that keeps people from knowing who they were. And plus, these people aren't telling the people that they used to love, because honestly, if those people don't remember you, they're not going to keep you in your life. If you start saying things like that, they won't believe it and they'll just think you're crazy. So he mines himself some slaves that he doesn't have to feed, clothe, or care for, which is genius, awful genius, but awful, but genius. And then correct, then every toy in Dressrosa will instantly return to human form. We find out if that stupid jerk dies, yay!
Well, or goes
So
unconscious.
This is why I think, and hear me out, that we
Yeah.
should kill children like Sugar, who's not a real child anyways. So just
That's
kill her.
not even a child. Yeah, that's an adult young woman.
Kill
it's
her.
so fucking
Kill
funny
her.
to be an ageless being who's 22. That's so hilarious.
So stupid. I feel like all she is like the vampire Lestat kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she feels like. And then I like how Luffy is running out so that he can get to where he needs to be, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna get to my friends. I'm gonna go out." And then he sees, "Hey, Rooster Guy." I just love that Luffy and I both just give people whatever damn name we want. I'm so glad I ran into you. Maybe I will call him Rooster Guy, Luffy. You know what? And then he just passes out. "I kept it together, Bartholomew. I wasn't going to waste your chance to talk to the king of the pirates." And he has to turn his back in order to have the conversation. And he finds all about from Bellamy what's occurred. "There ain't an exit to this Colosseum. He did your wounds get worse somehow? When a combatant walks in, he'll never get out. It's pointless." Luffy, of course, will get out. Don't be ridiculous. And I love that he's given all the help and taught how to get out by our boy that can't even look at him. But then when we find out, he's like, "Just leave. I was always going to win that thing for you for a keepsake. The great ace, like I knew you'd want." "Huh? You'd give it to me?" I would give it. It belongs to you." "Man, your accent is intense," says Luffy. Somebody said that this dude has a Boston accent. Is that true?
Oh, makes some sense.
I think it was Cricket, that it sounded like a Boston accent. And all of
Weird.
that was amazing. And you're like, "This is incredible. I'm so excited. All of these things are so excited." And then what happens? "Oh, thank you for asking. We've got this chick, Asilla, wreaking havoc together with Rebecca, and everything is good. I'm going to make sure you reach the final." "I know." And you're like, "Oh, that's amazing." And then boom. Who's that guy think he is talking to Mr. Luffy like that? Just look how angry he is. And then we look at Luffy's face, and his eyeballs bulge out of his head, and snot runs out of his nose, and he starts blubbering and blubbering. And when he gets out and he's in his ridiculous little costume, well, it seems the Navy has mistaken us for more toys, but only barely, thanks to your creepy choice in animals. Are they not the bee's knees, especially this koi fish? And all we see is Luffy crying. "I'll save Drabby and Mingo. I'm not worried about them." And he just can't stop crying. And I'm like, "Oh my God." I already knew. I knew.
Yep.
And I could not even believe it. And I was like, "Oh my God. Oh my God." And then we see the Revolutionary Army Assistant Fishman Karate Master Koala. Fishman Karate Master. So she has
Yep.
put in the time with the fishmen and learned how to do their karate.
She learned martial
Koala?
arts from fishmen. Yeah.
Shut the freaking front door, and you're like, and then boom. If you had been there when it happened, would anything have changed? You can't know that. No one can. Let me know when we have details about the underground. For now, I'll simply state that Ace's fruit is mine. It's up to us to continue living out his will. I didn't think he was alive. I thought he had died. I really, really thought he was dead. And we see the 3 cups sitting in front of Ace's freaking grave. And we're like, yeah, baby, Sabo's in town. I could not be more excited. I could not be more excited. Oh, people, Sabo is in town. I get myself another gold star for that. It's Sabo, don't even. Red Potato, come on, man. Come on. Come on. And to find out that our girl went and learned Fishman karate.
It's great. I love that Koala's become a fishman karate master, especially. I think that's so great for her. If carrying on Fisher Tiger's legacy of like wanting peace between humans and fishmen.
Does she get a star? Drock basically told, dude, I'm the one that said Sabo was alive.
No. You don't get a star for Sabo's alive. I literally did tell her Sabo's alive because I couldn't keep a straight face at it. And I said, you don't get a star for Sabo being alive. Mama Drock gets a star for Sabo being in the Revolutionaries, which was her prediction, which I did not give. I did not share that part.
I said everyone should have known that Sabo was alive, but I said I think Sabo's a member of the Revolution.
I think that one's one of the easier things to guess. I don't think that's like particularly tough, but like,
doesn't matter.
It still is a prediction.
Give me my straw. Give me my straw star.
Yeah, but you get a star. Like for sure, there was never going to be a star for Sabo's alive. There was no world where that was happening.
No, but the fact that he was a revolutionary was, and we already had talked about that. And I'm also missing stars from 2 other episodes where I said, and that's a star, and you say, yeah, and then you never give them to me.
Well, for what it's worth, I don't animate them anymore, so you blame whoever edits them. I don't edit them. I don't edit anymore.
Loving the highlights in this. Love that you went a little peach, a little citrine.
I'm just doing stuff. There's no thought anymore. There's no time for thought.
It's gold. It's absolutely gold.
Oh, no, Cricket's crying.
Cricket is crying over this picture?
No, over that forgot to give you a star.
Cricket, it's okay. Get over it. I have 2 stars missing that you can just shove in somewhere. I'll show you where they are. But Cricket, you should get this tattooed on you. That's how good this is.
No.
Picture of your... Hey!
I could do better.
Excuse me?
I could do better with more time.
Excuse me?
Uh-huh.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Where's
Yeah.
Where's our boy?
Where's Bellamy?
Yeah. Are you putting Bellamy in the... Oh my God.
Yeah.
Did you do that?
Yeah, he's been here the whole time.
You pumpkin. I've been busy looking at shit inside of the books.
He's been here the whole time.
You're a goofy goober. That's
game changer for y'all, for y'all dropout fans out there.
I'm super proud of you. You're killing this shit.
Yeah, we got him in here. I'm not gonna miss my boy.
Excuse me. Where's my good friend Kaido? Kaido, you didn't count us in.
Is it time?
Been time. It's long past time.
Looks like.
I love how every time Kaido goes to talk us in, Red Potato bumps it up to 100. Time to count them in.
Look, everybody's got their role, even if some people's role is fucking with someone else's role.
You know what, YouTube? Here we are. We're nearing the end of the video, and I know you've liked it because you're nearing the end of the video now. So I'm not sure what it is about people pressing like on the videos and how they reserve them like some kind of precious thing, but I'm going to tell you a secret right now. When you press like, all that happens is Drock feels happy and I feel happy. Yeah. Why wouldn't you want that?
You know what? I'm going to step into the plug for a second, guys. These get a lot more views than we have subs, and it's like, you're watching every week.
You clearly like it.
You clearly like it. Why not give us a sub? Why not help us out? Why not help bump us up in the old algorithm?
Why don't you say to YouTube, hey YouTube, bump these biatches up.
I make a policy.
Take them up a notch.
I make a policy that when I call out commenters, I say don't harass them, and absolutely never harass this person. But someone commented, you guys will never get 20,000 subs, let alone 50. So first of all, we're very close to 20. That's just going to happen. But don't you like proving people wrong? Isn't it? Oh yeah. Isn't it fun to prove people wrong? Isn't that like a good? I love proving people wrong.
Somebody said that?
Somebody did say that.
That's rude as shit. People, I don't usually press this, but subscribe for God's sakes. Don't let this person be right. This person is evil. What a rude, mean thing to say. You who said that, you know what you are? You're not a squishy. You're a clunky. How do you like that? Plunky.
Yeah.
There's squishies in life and there's plunkies. You just found yourself on the wrong end of the clunky stick.
Damn.
What I have to say about that.
Fucking, you know what? Got him.
Oh,
See?
also,
Also.
yeah, so subscribe. Press the like because the like is nice. All the like does is say, hey, that's nice, thanks. And then if you want, come and join us in the Discord. Nobody says weird, nasty things. It's just a nice place to hang out. Don't get all weird about it. Just come. And then I go in there and I say weird things mostly. I mostly say weird things, I'm going to be honest. And then why don't you Patreon up? If you want a Patreon and join the Patreon and be a Patreon, all you do is press the little button and be one. And then there's a Patreon chat that I didn't even know existed.
What?
And then when I don't know what to say. And then one day I noticed it and I jumped in and I was like, hey guys. And they were like, what the hell, man?
That is great.
I was like, you've been here for a while? And they're like, yes. So I'm there now. I'll go there now. We're going to do a Patreon thing coming up. We're going to open. Somebody sent us a package.
Somebody sent us a package. There might be more.
We have a P.O. box.
Oh yeah, we have a P.O. box. This is, well, yeah, we're not going to put this in the plug part of YouTube, I think. This is just for people who watch the VOD.
Okay, I'll do that in a minute then. Okay, so let's get this over with. Second, YouTube, because I like to do both. Hey, YouTube, press like. Come on. Subscribe. Why not? Just do it. There's a clunky you've got to beat. That's all.
Yeah, if you want, actually, the P.O. box, it's just in the side there. I don't need to say it. Look, Red Potato made it show up, so now everyone can see it.
28078, Victoria, RPO, West Shore, BC, Canada, V9B, 6K8. Somebody sent us a package. We're going to open it on the Patreon. I think we're going to do a little Patreon this week, even though I'm going to be on vacation in one of the most beautiful places on earth. Beautiful. And we will watch a movie together.
Did you know that Canada had a surf town? We do, and that's
we do have a surf town.
We're going to be watching 4 for sure. If we have time, we might do 4 and 6 so that we can get them both done.
But how long are they each?
Like an hour and a half usually.
Okay, we do 4 and then 6 because.
Let me look this up. One Piece.
I don't know if you've heard this. I'm surfing.
Runtime is 1 hour 35 for movie 4. Movie 6, 1 hour 31. We can do it 2 separate weeks then.
Yeah, because again, Drock, I'm a surfer.
Movie 6 is horror. I'm so excited.
Do we need to watch movie 4 first before movie 6?
I feel like let's just do it in chronological order. Like, why not?
Okay. You know that my great good friend Biggie Smalls?
Yeah.
Who's on here, who famously didn't even know about 9/11, which is wow.
A weird thing to just be making. By the way, Biggie Smalls is just their online name. They are not the dead rapper Biggie Smalls, just so people know.
No, they're alive. They're really alive. Biggie Smalls sent me a game, and it is on the Steam. He purchased me a game and gifted it to me.
A Hollow Knight as a gift.
Oh, he gave me Hollow Knight, and it is such a cute little game. That freaking little bug dude who I'm playing as. Oh. Anyway, while I was on there looking at my game and just being like, you are such a cute game, it was like, hey, there's a bunch of One Piece games. I want you to all know I didn't One Piece game because I'm worried it'll give me.
They're made of spoilers. You can't.
That's what I thought. But I want to now.
Is going to stream Hollow Knight at some point. We will set that up. Mama's on vacation, so we're definitely not doing it until back at the gaming rig.
Yes, but I already talked to Drock and I was like, you know what we should do with Patreons is we should do a Hollow Knight stream and answer, because I'm going to talk to the kids offline when I get off here because I didn't have enough days or times or things or stuff. But the kids on the old YouTubes, on the tubes of you, They sent a whole bunch of amazing questions this time. I really felt like they pulled out all the damn stops. I'm
So
like,
you want to
who
do an
are you
ITQ
guys?
stream while you play Hollow Knight?
Exactly what I was about to say. So I went to answer these ITQ things because I was like, listen to this. ITQ, very early on, you noted that One Piece has big motives of timing, and you've only mentioned it once since. So is it still a big part of your reading? What do you take into consideration when thinking about timing? It's a very unique interpretation. So I have a whole bunch of ideas about that I want to talk about.
Hey, someone asked how long Patreon streams are stored. Forever, because we stream on YouTube instead of Twitch for Patreon streams, so they actually last forever.
And then we save them, so whenever you become a Patreon, you just go whoop, and they're yours.
We are probably going to make the
always
first one public soon, where you read Sabo live.
Yes. ITQ, are you keeping up well with remembering so many characters? I remember in my read through, I got the new people at the very end, and FML, it felt like I hit a wall. I can't even imagine that's getting much easier on the journey. So people actually wrote a billion amazing questions. And if you want to put some more on here, and you it's in the Dressrosa part 1 from One Piece. I'm going to leave it up and not answer these because I'm going to answer them. I think we should do a play my little new game, which is Hollow Knight, and then answer ITQ questions. It's going to be so fun.
Okay.
When do you think we should do that? That's a great question.
We'll figure this sometime next week.
What about Wednesday?
Let me think. I think I don't have anything Wednesday this week. The girls are in town, but that's kind of unavoidable because like they're just going to be in town all week.
And I'm off doing the surfing, but I can tell everyone,
so the movie is going to be probably Wednesday, and then Hollow Knight later. We'll see when.
I think Hollow Knight we can do in the next week.
Yeah. Okay.
Girls are his nieces. They come to visit.
Oh yeah, my nieces are visiting.
Oh my goodness gracious. I am so stoked. So we're doing this arc in 3 pieces, and I can't even wait to see where it goes to next.
I have such fond memories. Dressrosa was hard because switching to weekly reading is difficult, but like there's also something beautiful. I'm obsessive about One Piece, and being part of the community and getting like theorizing every week and talking about the latest cliffhanger was so much fun. And I'm so glad you're finally at the part that has been my modern era of reading One Piece. That starts here.
What's 3 piece?
Oh, they're making a joke because we're doing 3 episodes of Dressrosa. Should we do our closing segments for Dressrosa part 1?
Yeah. Where am I reading to next again? You said you picked today.
I sure did. I believe it is 767, if I'm not mistaken. I'm gonna double check. Yeah, 767.
I'm loving me some Dressrosa. Any new fruit that I would want? That's seeing fruit? What was that? Rock.
Which fruit? The seeing fruit?
The fruit where she can see into people.
Called. And she can summon whales made of tears.
And she can see over the land. The clairvoyance.
You can't do all parts of Dressrosa. That'd be too much workload.
Glare fruit. Yes. You know what?
You can do part 1 and 2. Or sorry, part 1 and 3.
I am moving the glare fruit up the scale.
We're doing top 5. The top 5 is changing. What is our top 5 devil fruits now?
Now it's going to be the shit, dudes. You know what the problem is? Glare fruit now is my number 1.
Dude, I think we might have seen all of my top 5 now, because Law's number 1, Robin's number 2. No
jacket.
Oh, I don't remember what my 3, 4, and 5 were anymore. I just remember those are my top 2.
Okay, let me do mine first, and then you can think while I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Glare is number 1 for me.
Crazy. I do not want that power at all.
I like to know things. I like to see through things. Like it was made for me. Number 2 for me is going to be, I think I put Luffy's as the second, didn't I?
I think so, previously.
Yeah, I'm still going to put my second as Luffy's. I'm still going to put Gum Gum. And then it was Robin.
Yep.
And then it is going to be now I don't love. I don't even no, Slip Sloop is right out of there now. It can just bite my bum. I've decided I really want to move up to number 4.
Mhm.
Um oh, the barrier fruit. I didn't even think about that.
Barrier is really good. It's a really good fruit.
It's a wildly good fruit. I'm going to put barrier ahead of Robin. Thanks, guys.
I just
And then I'm
remembered.
going to go number 3 is barrier and number 4 is Robin's fruit. And then the phoenix fruit is going to be my number 5 because remember, I freaking love
Yeah,
me a
the Phoenix is
fruit.
good. So I just
Yeah.
remembered we haven't actually seen one of my top 5 for sure, but number 1 for sure, Law, absolutely. I'm participating now because we've seen more fruits. So before I had to hold back and keep secrets.
Yeah.
Definitely Law, definitely Robin, number 2. Number 3, mystery, surprise, secret. We haven't seen it yet. Ooh,
Okay.
so spooky. 4 is the door. The door fruit is so good.
It is so good.
I would love a door fruit. I would be a terrible person with a door fruit. I would go to a store and steal things from display cases, probably. Phoenix number 5. Phoenix is great.
Kid.
Phoenix is number 5.
You know what would be fun to do
The
as an extra?
Dimension.
I do love the Dimension. You know what would be fun to do as a thing is, um, wait a minute, chapter 772, part 800 for part 4, and the major epilogue and cork boarding to be had. We will be doing some cork boarding at
Oh,
the
we got
end
some,
of the 3rd
and
thing.
we're
I've already
taking
done
another
cork
tier
boarding,
list break at the end of Dressrosa.
and I did a bunch of cork boarding throughout, but at the end, I always like to cork board at the end of a arc because that's where it belongs.
Look, they have cameras, but like, if I just open a door in a display case, it doesn't look like I'm doing much.
Here's what I think we should do. I've been
Probably
thinking about
wouldn't do
this
much.
as another possible idea
Probably no.
for our Patreons is we take all the fruits, every fruit that's available, put it in a list, and both of us argue and rank them from 1 to whatever we're at
I
now.
think when you're caught up, the final tier list video is shouldn't be just your tier list. I think from then on, we do tier lists one at a time, and it is a debate and an agreement. Because right now I
Yes.
can't evenly participate because I have more knowledge, but I think we absolutely
No,
do like a
but what I'm saying-
negotiated tier list stream, negotiated tier list streams when you're caught up.
I agree. But I'm saying it would be really fun as a Patreon thing to just take every fruit we know of right now and put them in order.
That could be fun.
I think it would be our first debate and negotiate.
I think we can't do it until we're caught up anyways, because let me tell you something. There's things I know about certain fruits that you don't know yet.
Okay, but you would have to take it from what you know about right now.
Yeah, but that feels less fun. I have to hold back information. It is genuinely the type of thing where I think it's kind of impossible to participate fairly right now until we get a little further.
A nickname tier list? Yeah.
Is number 3 a Logia, Paramecia, or Zoan? I'll tell you, number 3 is a mythical Zoan.
Is it? Is it my dragon?
No, it's not a dragon fruit.
Is it a unicorn?
I'm not telling you what. Why would I pick a unicorn? I'm not telling you what animal it is. Just a mythical Zoan is my 3rd favorite fruit. Look. People who think they know what I'm thinking right now actually don't know what I'm thinking. I promise you. It's not what you think it is. No, I said Marco's number 5. Marco's my number 5. Should we move on to top 5? Oh, your least favorite character of the arc.
Yeah. You know what's really hard about this one?
It's what's hard about this?
I hate Dofi, but he's not my least favorite character because he's a great bad guy. So he's fine. He's way up there, and I hate that about me because it's just good writing, and so I keep him. It's gonna be that bitch, Sugar. I hate her.
It's that bitch Sugar.
Yeah. As I famously said, it's time to kill that kid. People, Frostfire sucks. I've heard. I haven't seen. I just literally saw snot fall down on people. I haven't seen anything about them. But I have seen Sugar turn human beings into toys. And so I hate her, and she is the worst person in this arc. She's taking people and turning them into slave labor for her shitty family. I know that Treble literally exists, but I haven't seen him yet. other than a shadow and one drop of snot. That doesn't outdo turning people into toys. I'm sorry. I'm sure I'll hate him next arc. Worry not. Or next way around. Okay, then top
Yeah, we haven't
five
seen enough
people.
trouble to make him. He's barely done anything. Top 5
He's
favorite
done
characters arc, the
nothing.
MVPs, the most valuable pirates. Who do we have?
First of all, we have Luffy's tier list of Luffy.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, it's the
He's
Luffy's
just an
tier list
A.
of Luffy.
Luffy's an A. He's doing his own thing. He's hanging out. It's good stuff. It's good Luffyism, but he's not. Yeah, he's kind of a side quest right now.
It's really interesting because Luffy is, and I've always felt weird about Luffy in this section, but realizing that it's because of the themes about this arc, he's a static character. He is a stationary thing.
It's good.
Exactly, because this is about who you choose, not what a leader chooses. We're from the perspective of the crew instead of Luffy emotionally, and that's so neat. It's such an inversion.
I love it. Love it. Makes me happy in my whole heart.
That realization alone has made me like Dressrosa more. That's why I've been so excited about this conversation, because this is one of those One Piece episodes that changes my opinion of an arc in a big way, and I love that.
Yeah, when Drock and I were talking earlier, he's like, I like this arc so much more now.
Mm-hmm.
He's not an S tier Luffy. He's an A tier Luffy. I'm sorry, but I'm also not sorry. I'm just Canadian, so I say sorry a lot. You know who is number 1 in the hot sun?
Who's that?
It's Frankie.
Hell yes! Frankie's feeling super this week.
Frankie did a super job, and he was key and pivotal in a bunch of those moments with Luffy where we were finding out just how much independence and just how much codependence in a good way the Straw Hats have on each other. And Frankie just nailed it. And I was sorry, I was just thinking of Frankie doing his little driving around town again. And I just loved Frankie. He gave me so many moments that I was like 10 out of 10. High five me, Frankie. I'm in love with you. You are a great dude.
He's fantastic in this arc. I love Frankie.
He is an ultimate dude. Number 5 is really gonna upset me.
Okay.
It's Dofy.
The thing is he terrible? Yes.
Yes.
Is he the single most compelling villain an arc has had?
Yes.
Yes. He's Doflamingo on steroids, or not Doflamingo, he's Crocodile on steroids.
Yeah. I hate it for me.
He's so compelling as a villain.
But honestly, when you look at the work that Oda put into him, he literally is the embodiment of all of he's the embodiment of all the unauthentic pieces of power. He is showing the history of 3 major people who sucked. He is the history that he brings to this piece, the openings that he has, the manipulation of the people, the intertwinement of the story and Dofy, and the intertwinement of the world and the way that I look at One Piece. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if I was being fair, he would be number 1 because he changed the game the biggest, but he can kiss my ass, so he's number 5.
He doesn't deserve that spot. Yeah, you can fuck off, man.
Yeah. I mean, he's on the list, but I can't put him at number 1.
Like, One Piece to this point has had great villains, but like nobody steals the show like Doflamingo.
Nothing like him.
It's unreal how and like I just watched a video recently that highlighted the fact that he's been built up for like 600 chapters, barely present, and every time he's been there, he's been this draw of attention and ire, and like we've wanted to fuck him up for so long, and we're finally in it. And his intimidation, the fact that he flipped Law's plan on its head, he's lived up to the hype he's been built up with for 600 chapters.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so good. Where does he land on the drip tier list?
I can't even. The man, Mary just said that she was like, I want to see art of Mama wearing Dofy's jacket, and I want that too.
Dofy got drip.
So yeah,
drip for days.
Even though I hate him, Dofy is number 5. Frankie is number 1. Number 3.
Okay.
Those are my thinking sounds. What do you think?
No, I know. They're thinking sounds for sure.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Bardo.
Bartolomeo. Yeah, that's fair. He's great. He's such a funny dude.
And meeting him and seeing the way, I'm not putting Sabo in Tattoo.
Sabo, he
He's
hasn't even been in a panel
he's
yet.
not even been there yet. He's
We haven't
no.
even seen
He's a no
Boy's
for me.
face.
It's gonna be a no for me. Number 2 is Bardo, though. Like, come on, think about all the different things he does, and then his literal dying fanboying over all of the different Straw Hats. You had me at obsessive love for the Straw Hats, Bardo. Honestly, I did not like you at first, but I also liked you when you were laying on the edge and you were like looking at everyone, and everyone was like, "Oh, just sitting there." I was like, "I'm not really sure how I feel about him." And then he took a piss off the edge, and I was like, "No, I like him." Uh, pretty sad that's what it took, but that's all it took.
It's so funny. He's just a fucking troll, and I love
Luffy
it.
senpai. Number 4. Number 4, straight out the door is Usopp.
Alrighty, let's talk through.
Pulling them out of a real bad position, bringing his lies back into town, standing up to what he needed to do, even though it nearly killed him and he did not want to. I would put Usopp with. I would put Usopp with Robin, but I think that Usopp did a little more.
All
I
right.
don't think I'd put them together. It's
Fair.
just Usopp.
Good job, Usopp.
Yeah. And I love me a Robin, but no, it's just not there for me. I'm sorry.
Look. If it was a
And
drip list, it's Robin versus
yeah,
Dofi. That's the only
God,
contenders in the drip list.
Robin was so hot this round. Like, Robin was hot. And number 3 is Sanji.
You know, before he takes an early exit from the arc, Sanji leaves us with holding off Doflamingo so everyone can survive.
Exactly. Not to mention all the stuff that he did with Violet, and just remembering Violet looking into his heart. Not to mention all that, and how even though he's in love with Violet and he just wants to be with Violet, as soon as he hears that his crew is in trouble and Nami is out in the ocean alone, he just flies out and starts attacking freaking Doflamingo. Come on.
The big bad, the strongest enemy the Straw Hats have yet faced, if you don't count Kuma, because he's not really an enemy. The strongest enemy we faced, and Sanji's like, I'll take him on. You do not touch my crew.
Exactly. That's wild. And if you think about it, what was he doing just before that? Who was he fighting just before that? All of the Doflamingo family. He's like, well, just let me have a nicer little light fight now. Nope. Just nope. There are some honorable mentions. Law had a real hard time here. This was a really, really difficult time for Law. And I think he's had some struggles. And I have some hopes for Law in the future, but he's busy with the struggles. And then another honorable mention to our brand new Admiral.
Yeah.
And his blind justice. I really liked his character. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does in the future. So, yeah, those are my honorable mentions.
All right. Is that all the places? Did we get all the numbers? I lost track. We did it in an order today.
Yeah. They made a list, I think. Somebody made a list of them. Somebody killed it and they were
I'm
like...
going to make a prediction.
1 was Frankie, 2 is Bardo, 3 is Sanji, 4 is Usopp, and 5 is Dofi.
I want to make a prediction about who you're going to make number 1 next week, because I think I know already.
Oh, are you now?
I need you to promise me that for the next 5 seconds after I count down, you are going to not have your earbud in. You ready?
Wait, do you want me to take my earphones off?
Yeah, because I don't want you to hear the predictions that you can't be
goodbye.
effective. Rocinante. I'm making a prediction. I'm making a call for number 1. I'm making a number 1 call.
Can I come back on yet? Nod your head if I can.
You're back. Everybody agrees with me. Everybody agrees. This is crazy. This is all the chat's like 100%. No way it's not.
Hey, am I back yet?
Yeah, you're back. Can you? Yeah.
I'm putting my earphones on.
Oh, what were you expecting me to say? I said 5
I was
cents.
looking for you to nod.
Oh,
Anyways,
oh,
I said nod when I can come back. I
oh! I didn't
wear
hear. No, I didn't hear that.
I wear bone
Yeah,
earphones
the bone
to
conductors are
go.
actually great. I was against it, but
They're
they're way better. They're
stunning.
so good.
But it means
I
that when I take them off, I can't hear a
I
damn
didn't hear the
thing.
nod of your head. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All the chat was like, "Oh yeah, no way, it's
Bone.
not."
My
Everyone
mom will
agreed with
be
me.
number one.
I have never seen such agreement from chat. Everybody was like, "No way, it's not." Yes, easy bet.
Mama
All
is
right,
going to be
guys.
corkboarding for like 4 hours
All
at the
right,
end of
guys.
this.
If I'm
Oh,
if I'm wrong, I will next week. I will gift 5 subs to chat. If I'm right, you guys do what you think is fair for me risking 5 subs. Okay, that's what I'm saying. If I'm wrong about number 1, I won't tell Mama who it is. I won't lead her at all. Gifting you guys 5 subs.
5 subs is a lot at one time.
I'm
Make
gonna
sure
do it.
one of them is me. I can't find my wallet.
No, I'm just gonna anonymously gift. It'll just go to whoever.
Listen to me right now.
Look,
I
look,
think
look.
I might
Y'all
have
don't.
left.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Y'all don't need to pay up. Y'all don't need to do nothing. But I will. That's all I'm saying. I'm not putting anything on your end.
All right.
I just want to pronounce my confidence.
If you're right, I'll delete my art. Ah. Oh. Beyond excited for next week. I'm really eager to see what you think of the next stretch. I'm so stoked. I'm gonna get my books out. Um, dun dun dun
Do you
dun
think
dun.
we're
dun,
ready
dun.
to read the next chapter live?
Oh, am I reading a chapter alive?
Yeah, we're always doing it.
Is this a canonical thing?
Yeah, this is. I mean, we've been doing it like every week for a while now.
We only did it once.
No, that is not true. The only week we
The
haven't
other
done it
time we
lately
did it was
at the
for the
time skip.
Patreons.
No, you've been what?
Yeah,
No,
we've done it a couple of times here.
we've done it a bunch. The only time recently that we haven't was when you hit the time skip.
Maybe read it like twice, 3 times.
Happening, dude. I love the Queen Mama chanter. It's so scary and silly at the same time. It's so good.
You love the what?
The Queen Mama chanter is the name of Big Mom's flagship.
It scares me.
It's so scary and so silly at the same time.
Oh, this one starts with Luffy making weird ghost characters of all of the crew with Chopper. That's weird. Okay, here we go.
Here
Chapter
we go.
730 Chapter 732. The Underground World. Cover page request. Luffy plays beach flag with lizard from pen name Tazoon. That's not bad. Like it. Moving on. Dressrosa, the flower field. Riku Royal Army Rebellion headquarters. Yeah. We will now proceed through the underground passage, says the toy soldier, into our enemy's territory, the trading port. The flower field's current location up above the city, trading port down below under the stadium that kind of looks like a chef's hat. The stadium is on top of a chef's hat, actually.
It's fun.
I have to collect my coins. Back up to 20,000. Here we go. Our target is a single young girl. Her name is Stupid Face Sugar. She may be a little girl, but she's no sweet pushover. She's ancient. She's 22. We must
22.
knock Sugar unconscious and return all this land's toys to their original human forms. Are you shitting me? All she's needed to be done is knocked unconscious? Give me a bottle. I'll get that done right now. This is...
You're gonna club a child?
She's 22, Drock. I'm gonna club the shit out of that person who's changing people into toys.
There's an ad
Boom.
break and not too long, by the way, so we'll take a pause from the reading when it starts.
Okay, tell me when. This is tight. Ramen Land and I will just barely be able to make it through. Fraland, maybe you should take those off of your shoulders and your arms. Like they just come off. Hey, midgets, this tunnel's too thin for me, Land. Really? Does he call them midgets?
Kind of rude.
thought they were dwarves. This colored version
Oh,
says
this is
some
the colored
stuff.
version? Yeah, that's a fanlation, so.
I'm gonna not say that anymore.
Yeah.
We did not expect big humans to be using it after all. Then you have no choice but to enter through the House of Toys. The House of Toys refers to the place at the base of the Royal Palace Foundation, where all toys must return each night. Humans are forbidden from entering. It's called a house, but do not be fooled. There are no beds for us to rest within. No, all that lies within is a passage leading to the underground. Every night, we toys must return underground, where we are forced to work the night long. That's terrible. Then the toys around the town are really worn out all the time? But hang on, you're saying if Fräulein goes through there, he'll be able to get to
Oh,
Smile
apparently it's
Factory
ad
too?
time. Well, it says starting soon. It's not actually here yet. It's doing that thing where it's
Thank you,
like,
Red
it's gonna
Potato.
happen. Yeah,
Did your
Sugar's
sister
sister
just
literally
die?
just died, and you don't have any sympathy?
Let me take a pause. I do have some sympathy on a human level. I'm still gonna knock that bitch out.
Her sister just exploded.
That's a good point. I'm
Exploded.
still gonna knock the bitch out.
Oh, we're in ads for real now.
What I'm gonna do is pour some sugar on me. Yeah.
She seems so relaxed that I kind of think Dofi didn't tell her. Like, hey, I heard some stuff at Puck Hazard. Is Monet okay? Oh, yeah, Monet, doing great. I just talked to her, you know? She's gonna be gone for a little bit. She's
Why does Frankie's hair look like a penis? P.S.
That's a cannon.
Yeah, I know that it's a quote unquote canon. Know that I air quoted heavily, but every angle that I'm looking at it from, it's a penis.
I mean, that's just your head cannon, but his is a cannon.
Oh my god. I'm going to take a shot of this. I'm going to show it to you. You can put it up on the screen and you can let people make their own choice. But I'm going to
come on. Yeah, yeah.
head cannon. Boom. You're glorious. You're glorious. Okay.
I
Are you
actually
ready?
the cannon. Well, we have 27. We have some seconds left before, but I love that one. I actually love the head cannon. I think it's one of my favorite Frankie hairs.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It is wonderful. And the idea of it being a cannon is wonderful, but it's a penis.
Rude to say. It
You think
actually
it's
is more
rude?
of a rifle probably than a cannon. I just like cannon because it set up my joke. I was waiting for an opportunity for my good joke.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to put this on. Doot, 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 doot.
Oh, ads are over.
Doot, 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 doot. Tight pants.
It's
I've got
reading
my
time.
tight
Ads are
pants.
over.
Okay. And then I'm going to make you I'm make you show this, okay? Or I'm going to make you show this.
What
I'm
is
just
this?
going to send it to the Discord and you can put it on for all of the squishies.
Where are you sending it? There's
What?
a lot of rooms in the Discord. You can't just say you're sending it.
I'm going to send it to the only one that shows up here, and for some reason it's stream planning on my thing.
What? Okay.
I don't know why. Go get it and show the people.
We're showing the people. Luckily, these parts are edited out of the videos, so it's fine that it's a manga panel. Oh, flip. Yeah, so here's Frankie with his amazing gun hair. That's clearly just a gun.
Really go in quite close so they can see the end of it and the way they drew that. I'm telling you right now.
That's just a gun. That's a normal gun.
That is a penis.
You have to, Cricket, we don't have this part that's in the video. That's clearly, God, at this angle, it's a lot harder to keep up the bit where I say it's just clearly a rifle.
And then the ball at the back.
This angle makes it a lot harder for my yeah.
Yeah, I told you.
This angle
so that's all I have to say.
Look, from the front, from the front where you can see the hole, it looks a lot more clearly like a gun.
I'm telling you, he did it on purpose. That's a dick. You want to know what the D is? It's that.
It's look, let me tell you, that one's a
Cocked
lot.
gun, nice.
That angle makes it a lot harder to deny.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway,
Battle hair.
Paladin. Thank you, Paladin. Yeah, I don't have the D on the mind. Frankie does. You just saw it.
Yeah, it's
But
right on his mind. But up.
right on his mind.
You see,
Okay, here we go. There are 4 entrances on each side of the palace. All are heavily guarded. Then what the hell? I'll cause a massive ruckus. Works for you, doesn't it? While I'm up above causing a distraction, you guys can hurry and take trigger. The hell is this guy? Swim trunks? And what is up with his dickhead? Is that a weapon?
Sorry, the guy with the weird head wearing swim trunks.
Yeah. Is that a weapon, or is he just glad to see us?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's hilarious as shit. Where am I? Ah, the chin's divided into 3. I know, this guy, he's one of those straw hats. He's cyborg Frankie. I'm gonna eat this tomato. Senor, if you bite into a tomato like that, it will get all around your mouth. Ew! Then he reaches out and grabs this random chick's boobie and rips off her top. Ah! And then wipes his mouth on it. What is that? I hate that thing. What is that thing?
That would be Senor Pink.
And then he puts a baby soother in his mouth. How hard boiled! Don't cling to me so, you little girlies. Ew, ew, ew. Why are people touching him? Stop touching him.
He's Senor Pink.
You go off and play with some younger boys. Oh, but Senor, ew. Doflamingo's family, Demente Army Officer, Senior Pink.
Senor. Not senior. Senor.
I hate him.
Yeah?
I ain't
but
interested
he's telling
in
them to get
kids.
away from him.
He just ripped their top off.
Yeah.
Don't leave us, Senor. The hell's with this pervert? Like you can talk, they say. You know why they say like you can talk? It's because he's wearing those pants, but most importantly, that he has a dick on his head. This is the east door of the House of Toys. Enemy sighted. I'm going in there if you don't mind. Weapons left. Fire! It's one of the Straw Hats, Cyborg, Frankie. Coupe devant. Frankie shoots. People go flying. Debris is everywhere. Ah. But there, you see? The idiots have started a ruckus. It's your job to swoop in and save countries affiliated with the world government, isn't it? Says Doflamingo to our new admiral. So they've gone and started it, eh? Frankie is there, and he's just hammering it out. People are shooting after him. Cuckoo, cuckoo, pow, pow. But they call down to Sugar. The House of Toys is under attack. Don't worry. The Straw Hat Pirates are after the Smile Factory. Even if they do make it all the way here, we'll just turn them, all the lot of them, into toys. Nobody ever notices. Nobody at all. Nobody ever notices you, my dearie. True. She's eating plums on her fingers, just so you know. Underground passage. Just a little further. It seems Frauland has started a commotion at the House of Toys. Then what the hell? I'll cause a massive ruckus. I just hope he's all right. Don't worry about him. The guy's a super cyborg. That may be, but we've just received word that 4 officers from the family have been stationed as guards at the House of Toys. And all of the foes he's facing are Diamante Army. They're warriors to the bone. All 4 of them are big stars of the Colosseum who have never lost a match in all the times that they've been taken apart. In other words, nobody knows the upper limit of their strength. Oh, that's everyone's favorite thing. Ooh, is that hard-boiled thing swimming in the cobblestones?
That's what he's doing.
That's a weird talent. Just how many serious fighters does our enemy have, Leo? Leading the roughly 2,000 or Um, originary grunts stationed throughout the kingdom are the family's officers, currently numbered 10. Those 10 officers are led by a further 3 chief officers, each of which leads his own personal army with its own style. And then we have Don Quixote family, Trouble Army, special abilities team of Sugar, Violet, and Jola. We don't have to worry about Violet anymore. Diamante Army, fighting squad, Loa, Machi, is it Macvice?
Mockvice is how I've heard it mostly said.
Senor Pink and Dillinger, the piece of crap. The Pika Army special attack unit of Gladius, Buffalo, and Baby 5. Oh, we met you, Baby 5 and Buffalo. You lost your heads. We are also aware of 2 officers outside of the country, Chief Officer Virgo and Officer Monet. Don't worry about that one.
Hey, okay, good thing. We actually took care of them. Oh, you apprehended them? They're dead.
Then at least we're not facing the fighting squad. Good luck, Frankie. They're all pretty strong, though. Hey, what the heck is that? They come to the end, and it is weird. There's a big thing that says 05. It looks like a container house. It's definitely a container. He's trying to ram him into it over and over. Oh, thank you. Not at all. I'm very sorry, Uso Land. We have arrived. This is the area containing the trading port and the factory, the underground world. Pretty noisy place, huh? Is there noise leaking down from above? Clang, clang. Hey, who the hell dropped that load just now? It felt right on top of me. My body is crushed. I'm really sorry. I'll work, I swear. Just let me see my family. Idiot toys who don't meet their work quota get sent to the scrapyard. Take them away. Wait, I can still work. Stop. Question. When people, Robin's boobs are wild in this one. You are not wrong, Red Potato. I don't know how she's standing. When toys get crushed, if oh no, this is gross. I have to ask a question.
When they turn back, do the injuries come up transfer?
Okay, there's a boneyard for toys. When they come back, are they all alive and broken in different pieces and laying over each other like a mass grave?
Oh God, probably.
Oh my God.
I've never thought about that before. So yeah,
Oh,
yeah, probably.
No, I don't like that.
Everyone's families are back. Where's my dad?
He's in a mass grave, MFer. Oh my God.
He's
And then
in a
it
mass
goes,
grave and probably bled to death pretty quickly on account of he didn't have any limbs.
and then it goes, I can still work. Please, somebody help me. And he's carried off and thrown out to the side. If you're going to start complaining, I'll call the whole deal off. Why, you little, just because you've got the advantage here. Why, if you didn't have Joker at your back, what the heck is all of this?
Ugh.
It's like a gigantic port town underground. And then it shows like almost a weird octopusy thing and all these toys carrying all these boxes off. And then they're going onto one boat that is a swan. Do I know any Swanee people?
Mr. Two?
Yeah, but that's not what it's going to be.
No.
One boat that's a giraffe.
Alvida. Is that? Kaku's
And
a
one
giraffe.
boat that is a hippo.
Wapple is hippo themed.
Interesting.
A little note here. This continues to you talking about the architecture being so diverse. I think that's a huge asset for Dressrosa. We have the flower fields up top. We have the palace, which looks distinct. We have the Colosseum, which looks distinct. We have the city, which looks distinct. We have the green bit. We have the bridge. We have the underground port. Each of the areas has a distinct architecture that makes it easy to know where you are.
Yeah, that's what I kept saying. It's not only easy to know where you are, it's visually appealing to move around so much and get to see so many distinct areas and so many interesting areas. It's made it way more fun for me. It's one of the reasons I like this arc so much.
It's a lot of fun. Yeah,
The
they're
next
probably just
reason
meant
is
to
I
be
really like tiny people,
distinct
and I
mascots.
really enjoyed the fight in the Colosseum.
The choreography is a lot of fun.
It is. But you know what I liked most in this arc so far?
What's that?
Bardo.
Bardo's great.
No, I don't know if he's that great, but it's what I've liked the most so far. I really love somebody fanboying over my Straw Hats. Like, it turns out that I'm like, yeah.
People were saying earlier that he's kind of meant to be a fan surrogate, that he represents us in the story.
I really like that idea. I like that he gave us teeth then. And
Which
so
also
I
makes
think that Oda having the idea to be like, you know what? I need to represent all my fans and the people who are in this and what they would feel like if they got to meet Luffy and the Straw Hats in real life. I think that's a really neat idea. I dreamed that I was on the Straw Hats last night.
That's fun.
It was wild. They were real life, but weird, and we hung out and we had adventures. I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're a person who doesn't remember their dreams or get to have dreams, boy, do I feel sorry for you, because my head at night is like a full-time movie, just doing whatever movie and I want to do. Unless I have a nightmare, and then it's way too vivid and awful. No, you know what? I didn't have any pervy Sanji moments. Maybe I'm just ugly.
Bad dreams are often nice because you get to wake up being like, oh, good, reality's better.
Yeah. Except for anytime I have a bad dream about you or your sister, then I have to call you immediately and be like, tell me you're okay.
That is actually very true about you.
Yeah. I need to know you're all right. Please tell me you're okay. And if I wake up in the middle of the night and I can't call you, I'm like, sweet Jesus, I can't call them. Yeah. It kills me. And then I send you texts and I'm like, the minute you get this, tell me you're okay.
Last night at my tabletop game, I was explaining why I answered the phone to be like, hey, I can't talk right now, I'm in a game. And I was like, because then she doesn't have to freak out.
That's not a lie. We had a lot of crazy things happen in our family.
Hey, I'm in a game. I'm the same way. When phone calls are so often bad news. But yeah, I was just like, hey, yeah, can't talk right now, in a game. And you were like, okay,
and
bye.
I was
hung
like,
up right away.
Bye.
And everyone was making a weird face. And I was like, she's going to freak out if she just has to like not have an answer to why I didn't hang out.
Yeah, I'll assume you got run over by something.
It's
not a big deal.
Oh, God. You do need to actually react live to a character's voice next stream. That is true. And it's not
Are you kidding me? Is it a character I've met yet?
No.
Is it a really bad voice?
It's a hilarious voice.
Okay, I'll react. I'm in.
It's a joke that genuinely doesn't sell well enough in the manga, so it's worth seeing. All right, should we keep reading? Oh yeah,
I thought you only wanted me to read one chapter.
Oh, you read? That's the end. I thought there was a little bit more. Never mind.
No, that was it.
Yeah, should we say goodbye to everybody?
Yeah, we should let everybody have a life again. We're keeping 269 people hostage. Hostage!
Hey, everybody. You're not going to believe this, but we're very grateful you're here. I don't know why I made the bit that you won't believe it. You might not believe it. There's people could say that disingenuously, but we're very, very grateful.
Yeah, I don't think anyone doesn't believe it. We like them. I tell them all the time. They're squishies.
That's fair. That you do say that. You guys are amazing. This has been such a great experience. I'm having an absolute blast. I'm so excited to be in Dressrosa. Yes, the next stopping point is 767. What prettier, the poll asks. Ooh, that's interesting. Water 7, Skype, and Dressrosa, and Dressrosa 1. I think I'd go Water 7, but if you ask me what has more diverse landscapes to read, it's Dressrosa.
I think Dressrosa is one of the prettiest places ever.
Here's a wild thing. In my opinion, all 3 of the locations in the next 3 arcs after Dressrosa are visually more appealing than Dressrosa.
Are you kidding me right now?
In my opinion, some people may disagree. In my opinion, the next saga has 3 of the most beautiful settings in the entire series.
Wow.
Yes, I love them so much. They are my 3 favorite islands aesthetically. That's the next 3 places. Even the one after also, actually.
Tell me a thing. How many arcs until I'm at the same arc as the ending?
You mean the same saga as like the final saga?
Yeah, how many more arcs?
The final saga starts after 4 arcs, one of which is a very small mini arc. 2 are mega arcs, 1 is a short arc, 1 is a very short arc. So technically 4.
I've only got 4 more arcs.
And then you will enter the final saga where we currently are. We're currently in the
Oh
first arc
my
of the
god.
final saga.
Oh my god, guys. I'm a real kid. Wow. Okay, that's crazy. People
You're not
peop
counting this one after Dressrosa, sorry.
No, that's okay. I'll allow that.
Mhm.
That's pretty wild to me because in the beginning I was like, the end is 300 kilometers away. I can't even look at it.
Yep.
And now
Now,
here we are, 4
yeah,
arcs.
you only have like 300 and a bit chapters left. You're like 2/3 of the way through.
I could pop off 300 and a bit chapters in the next 2 days if you want.
I'd rather not because it'll make the discussion a lot worse and you'll just like think about all the stuff we won't talk about if we tried to summarize 300 chapters in one stream.
People will be like, "Meh," and I'll be like, I don't remember.
Oh
There was
yeah,
something there.
chapter 1111 comes out next week. The only
Holy
chapter
crap,
that will ever have
1111 is
all
my
4.
favorite
Yeah, you love
chapter.
1111.
Always have, always
Excited.
will.
I'm
That's
so
amazing.
excited. Genuinely, the saga, the next saga is my favorite so far. I love it so much. I'm so excited to get there. It has 4 incredible arcs, 4 beautiful locations. Well, 3 beautiful locations. One that's beautiful, but a bit familiar for my
Do
uh
you do you think that in chapter 111 he's going to do something where he does like a peace accord or create some sort of peace
well,
between people?
the hope that people have is that Zoro will do something cool because his birthday is November 11th.
I really hope that he does something that represents the peace of November 11th, 1111.
Yeah, the last few chapters where we're caught up have been some of the craziest shit in the entire series, and I'm not exaggerating. Like, more mind-blowing than basically anything we've seen before.
Okay, that's amazing.
It's truly it's truly unbelievable how Oda continues to raise the bar, and yet we in it.
I'm pretty excited.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so excited. I'm so excited to catch up. I'm so excited for the next saga. Like, I love Dressrosa, don't get me wrong. I'm so thrilled we're here. But what comes next is genuinely my favorite saga. I love both of the mega arcs so goddamn much.
Do you know that somebody said the other day, and I don't know where or when in the comments, that One Piece is their Roman Empire?
Someone did say that, and first of all, thank you. Second of all, that's crazy. I mean, One Piece is my Roman Empire. Like, don't get me wrong, I think about the Roman Empire pretty often, but not nearly as often as I think about One Piece.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I've decided it's an amazing compliment. My Roman Empire is the Roman Empire. And I
Mm-hmm.
was like, that makes me feel so happy in my heart to be somebody's Roman Empire. That's a big deal. That's a lot of responsibility.
This has been great. Having you guys here is amazing.
Thank you so much,
I
Squishies. That
I'm
was
saying
very
goodbye
kind
so
of you.
slowly because this was a good one. We talked about this felt like the best it ever gets, which is where the conversations ahead of time are this back and forth where I'm feeling like there's so much being added to the story. I feel like I'm coming away from this liking Dressrosa more than I did because you've helped me see so much depth in it and connect it to so many things in the prior arcs.
That makes me feel really glad because I know you already loved it. So to find out that it's worth talking to you about it and that it actually has made a difference, that's pretty cool.
767 cricket. Oh, I'm so thrilled. Isn't
I
he
have
over the Roman
recommended
Empire?
channels, but Drock Show viewers also look at Stabbiness, Giga, and Sion no Michi.
What?
These are people that Drock Show people also watch. It says so right in my little thing.
Huh.
It
Weird.
recommends for me something called Sir Pello the Pizza Tower.
Guys, by the way, because One Piece has gotten me thinking about how many things have allegories to the era between World War I and World War II in modern history in One Piece, I've started to realize that 2 of the big locations coming up are actually, in a way that I didn't think they were. Talking to my mom earlier today made me think that locations are inspired by Weimar Germany and Maoist China, and I'm not joking. I actually believe this.
That's pretty cool.
I'm gonna look into more comparisons, but I think this is real.
13 more remaining streams before being caught up?
Let me math that out. Okay, 2 more Dressrosa, 1 more for that arc, 2 more for that arc, I think. So that's 5. 1 more for that arc. Probably 4 more for the arc after, because it's real big. Actually, that one that I said was 2 should have been 3, so that's 11. And then it could be done in 2, but it'd be tough, but it could be. It's genuinely difficult to say. And then 2 more for the current arc. We'd be caught up in 13. Yeah.
But it'll probably be 15. Wow.
1, 3, 1, 4. The one you said would be 2 would be 1. Oh, I lost count. Yeah. This is interesting. Plus a tier list stream. A tier list stream would make it 14. Actually, there's 2 tier list streams we're gonna have to do, so it'll be at least 15. But that's only like 3.5 months.
WC, we're going to Wano.
You reading into our little abbreviations?
Well, it says for WC and then it got deleted, so it's definitely Wano.
Oh fuck. Tricky. Hey, you know what? You can't decipher what WCI means, so we're fine.
And we need to go to what's it called with the giants?
Elbaf.
Elbaf. I'm excited
We'll
to
see
meet the
about
giants.
Elbaf.
We're going to Elbaf.
I keep talking because I'm hyped. I'm feeling good. Yeah, I think it'll be about 15, which will mean about 3.5 months, which is crazy. In 3.5 months, we'll be week to week.
I'm so excited. I'm going to be, oh my God. And then we can do so many Patreon things. It could be like, we can watch Murphy together. We can watch other people. I can start to find out other things. And then I'm going to be like, boom, 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 boom. And then I'm going to be like, I think I know what the One Piece is.
I want to take a couple months off before we start, but I'm so excited for the reread we're going to do where we try to have other creators on to talk about their favorite arc. It's going to be so much fun. Oh my God.
I am so excited.
You
okay, you with the face.
Stream? I'm ready for the big meme. I'm with the face. Yep.
Let's
I'm gonna pick
decide who we're going to.
Let's see. Are any regulars going?
May I suggest Giguk?
What's that?
It's G-I-G-G-U-K, Giguk.
Giguk. Just chatting. I don't know who this is. Guys, is it safe? What do we think?
Rate
do we
it.
like this person? He's streaming. We're rating. Everybody, we love having you here. We love it so much. We love it.
No,
you guys are great.
Imagine.
Thank you for being here. And until next time, it's been lovely talking to you. You want to say yours? You have one?
Squish on squishies.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That was fun.